go through that process together. Once again, thank you, media, for enabling many Kenyans to follow this process. We've received good feedback that many people are learning and experiencing growth in knowledge from the interactions we are having. And we are grateful for the work you're doing. So, Sergeant at Arms, we can get the candidate coming, please. Welcome, James. Please have a seat. Yeah, feel free to adjust your seat. You have a notebook and a pen there and a bottle of water, just in case you may need to help yourself with any of those. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this election panel. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position we advertised for the commission, member of the commission, but also to congratulate you for being shortlisted and to ask that feel free. This is an open interaction, learning session for us as a panel, but also for many Kenyans who listen to you and to your responses. So feel free and let us just have this interaction. I want to invite Madam Linda and the team to introduce themselves, please. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Letangule.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as a vice chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview.
Thank you.
Bwana Leiro, good morning. Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Mr. Letangule, good morning. Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Letangule.
Good morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
Karibu sana. My name is Nicodemus Bore.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Letangule, na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Letangule.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Asante.
Now we turn over to you, Mr. Letangule, and just ask you to be able to introduce yourself, highlight your profile, and how that is indicative of your preparedness for the role that you have applied for. Please mention if you belong to any professional group, but also do mention if you have received any honors or awards. Welcome kindly.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the panel. First of all, I want to appreciate the panel for shortlisting me and having me today to appear before you. My name is James Leiro Letangule. I come from Baringo County, a community called the Ilchamus community. The Ilchamus community is a minority marginalized community. And Chairman, I hold 2 master's degrees, one from the University of Nairobi, School of Economics. I've specialized in health economics, and also another master's from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, I've done an MBA, Master of Business Administration. I specialized in strategic management. My undergraduate, I did Bachelor of Science in Health Systems Management from Kenya Methodist University. Additionally, I also hold a diploma from Kenya Medical Training College on community health. I'm also a continuing PhD student at JKUAT, doing an MBA in strategic management. Doing a PhD in strategic management, business administration. Chairman and the panel, I have an experience of over 14 years. First, I was employed by the Ministry of Health, and in 2011, to be very specific, December, and I worked with the ministry up to 2015 March, when I switched and got an opportunity to join the National Health Insurance, the defunct health insurance, National Health Insurance, which has now changed to Social Health Authority. So currently I'm working in the authority. In terms of experience at the ministry, we've done a lot in the health, when I was in charge of the health center, implementing community strategies and various other interventions that are geared towards improving the health outcomes of the communities. Later on, I joined the National Health Insurance as a quality assurance officer, and I was posted to Siaya County. And we've done a lot, we did a lot in Siaya County from 2015 March up to July of 2018, when I was transferred to Kitui County, and at that time in different capacity as a county manager. And from there now, I was able to also enhance my management skills. Took a program at the Kenya School of Government, strategic senior management course in 2017, and also enhanced it to strategic leadership development program in 2020. Chairman and the members of the panel, I'm also a member of 2 professional bodies. I'm a full member at the Kenya Institute of Management and the Health Economics Association of Kenya, and I'm of good standing. Thank you.
Thank you. What did you do for NHIF and what are you doing for SHA?
At NHIF, we have implemented quite a number of programs, and the implementation of benefit packages. I want to give my experience both at policy implementation and also at the management level.
What roles are you, did you hold in NHIF, and what roles are you holding now?
Thank you, Chairman. I was first employed as a quality assurance officer. So basically, a quality assurance officer engages the stakeholders within the county, and the stakeholders are the communities, the healthcare providers, both the private facilities, faith-based, and government, and implementation of quality assurance guidelines in terms of assuring that patients are getting services that are in tandem with the contracts that we have. Currently, at the management level, we are now implementing the Social Health Authority Act. That is member registration, revenue collection from...
Are you a clerk? Are you a manager? Are you a director? That's what I'm trying to appreciate.
I'm a senior manager. Thank you.
In charge of what?
In charge of a branch.
Which branch?
Ruaraka branch.
So you're in charge of health facilities within Ruaraka?
Within Ruaraka.
Okay, thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Letangule, what skills and competencies do you think are essential for the team of commissioners for purposes of the execution of their mandate?
Thank you, Linda, for that question. Commissioners of IEBC basically need to have some skills in, first of all, leadership skills, because they are leading teams that IEBC has various teams that needs to be guided on a daily basis in the implementation of the programs. The commissioners also need to have skills in collaborations and stakeholder engagements, because we have so many stakeholders that needs to be engaged in IEBC for the programs to be successful. There are also skills in all the accountability measures that is required of a leader. They are also required to have various management skills that is inclusive of even financial management. They should have skills in delegating functions. They should have skills in, policy formulations. They should have also skills in, they should have a critical skills in crisis management. Given that IEBC is a high pressure institution, they need to have skills in making critical decisions whenever they are faced with such kind of situations. Yes.
And what experiences in your career journey have prepared you for this high pressure job? What experiences, and if you have any experiences, you can share the same with this panel.
Thank you, Linda. I have experiences in attention to details and compliance. Being in the health sector and health insurance for that matter, the experience in attention to details, starting from registration of members, starting from, patient level data at the facility level, up to the payment stages. We pay a lot of attentions, and also the kind of a treatment that the patients are receiving or the members are receiving should be able to be end-to-end. You cannot start with a particular outcome and then it changes within the treatment plans. And also, when I talk about compliance, it should be compliant to the various treatment protocols and guidelines, notwithstanding the medical legal issues. Additionally, I'm also bringing in the experiences of teamwork and multitasking. In my experience, we've been working as teams. We have various kinds of teams within the Social Health Authority, and IEBC, of course, has teams that needs to be engaged on a day-to-day basis. There is also the issues of data management and confidentiality. We are an institution that deals with very confidential data, and at no point has it ever leaked to undesired quarters. So in IEBC, also in terms of data management, the data of voters uh, during balloting, it should be as secretive as possible. So those are some of the experiences that I'll want, if I get the favor of this panel, to be able to apply in IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Letangule.
Yes,
Article 101, Article 101 of the Constitution states that whenever a vacancy occurs in the office of either Member of Parliament or the Senate, the Speaker of the respective House must notify the IBC. Under what circumstances in the Constitution can the office of Member of Parliament or the Senate become vacant?
Thank you, Carol. A vacancy in the office of the Member of Parliament or Senate can fall vacant either through when the member dies, the position becomes vacant. When the member switches from the party that sponsored them to the House to another party, then they should be also be declared to have left the party, and the Speaker should be notified. It can also fall vacant when there is a successful petition, election petition, and the member is removed by a court. It can also fall vacant when members of the electorates that the member is representing can recall that member and it becomes successful. They can still, that position can fall vacant as well.
What happens if the Member of Parliament is absent consecutively from the House?
Thank you, Carol. And if a Member of Parliament is absent, is an absentee member, the law says for 8 consecutive sittings of Parliament without prior permission from the Speaker in writing, then they can be declared as absconded duty, and the Speaker can declare that position as vacant because now the member is not representing the people as required by the law. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So, what happens upon the IBC being notified of the seat becoming vacant? What steps must the IBC take? What is the role or the mandate of the IBC in that regard?
When a position becomes vacant and the respective Speaker of the House has notified IEBC, then IEBC will conduct a special election in that particular constituency or electoral area where that member comes from. So the IEBC will declare that position vacant and start planning for a special election for that particular region or area. Thank you.
Are you aware of the timelines, the constitutional timelines on when that must happen?
The constitutional timeline, thank you. Upon notification of IEBC by the various speakers, IEBC will gazette that particular area as vacant within 3 months, and therefore now prepare for a special election in that area.
Is it really a special? Is it special election, really? Is it special?
Yes, it is. It will be a by-election, actually.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and I wish you well, Mr. Letangule. All the best.
Thank you very much. I do want to ask Madam Kokimuli to ask you some questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again, Mr. Letangule.
Good morning, Ambassador.
I would like to ask you you have voted.
Yes.
How many times?
4 times.
Okay. When was your first election?
2007.
2007.
Yes.
I'm not asking that because you are 37. I'm asking it because the next question comes is based on your practical experience. During the campaign period and also up to the time of election itself, the day of voting, what types of election offenses did you observe in the 4 elections you participated in that are in the Election Offences Act and are also in the Electoral Code of Conduct that candidates usually sign and swear to comply with? Name 5 election offenses that are in both.
Thank you, Ambassador. There are quite a number of election offenses that happen during an election. One of them is bribery of voters. When voters are bribed to change their perception or to change their, decision, it is an offense. Number 2 is there is intimidation as an offense. There is also violence as an offense. There is also, use of propaganda. In the morning of elections or before the elections, people can be told a particular candidate is no longer running. And, it can really affect voter turnout. There is also some acts of intercepting electoral materials by a particular group, and they can vandalize the commission's resources.
Thank you, Mr. Letangule. Should you be fortunate enough to become a member, to be nominated as a member of Iebc, what would you do to address these issues and to ensure that they don't occur ever again?
Thank you, Ambassador. If I get to be a member of Iebc as a commissioner, I will ensure that, first of all, from voter registration, the process is well understood by the voters.
Please restrict yourself to this, because I mentioned that as candidates they sign a electoral code of conduct with Iebc, which contains these same offenses. So what will you do to address bribery, intimidation, violence, propaganda, misinformation, and the election materials?
Thank you, Ambassador. I will ensure that there is proper civic education, that the voters understand their rights. They know that they are mandated by the law to participate in elections without coercion. I will also ensure that all the political players sign and abide by the code of ethics or conduct, and therefore they'll be liable for any, linkage to any violence. And additionally, I will also ensure that Iebc collaborates with other stakeholders like the security agencies to offer security in polling stations. I'll also ensure that we have mapped, as a commission, we've mapped the hotspots for this particular violence, and therefore we have an escalation matrix when such are reported. I'll also ensure that the communication channels of IEBC are well aligned to deter any form of misinformation to the voters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Letangule, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FCP Etanui, kindly ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Leiro, the IPC Act provides for how, as a commissioner, an employee of IBC, you manage a conflict of interest. So it has provided for mechanism through which the same is managed. So kindly give us some explanation, or how should you as a commissioner manage conflict of interest if that arises in the course of your duty as a commissioner at IBC.
Thank you, FCPA. As an employee of IBC, as a commissioner, and by that extent an employee of IBC, I will ensure that all the employees of the commission declare their interest, where they have conflict of interest, that they declare in the respective...
Start from you as a commissioner, not yourself as a commissioner.
Thank you, FCPA. As a commissioner, I will declare the conflict of interest, if any, to the commission, and clearly indicate my relationship to the issue at hand. I will also ensure that the same is captured within the HR instruments of the commission, and by that extent implemented within the commission for other employees to be able to declare their interest, if any.
The Act has specifically given what are these HR instruments. It is clearly indicated what is it that you need to do, so that it's not left open the way you are saying HR instruments, but it has clearly indicated where it should be recorded and all that.
The HR instrument of the organization has provisions for the employees to declare any conflict if they have, and therefore I will ensure that those clauses are, well understood by all the staff of the commission. Yes.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please ask some questions kindly.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mr. Letangule, I want to take you to IPC's performance evaluation approach. The performance of the Secretariat is supposed to be oversight by the commissioners, because the commissioners are the ones who take the responsibility of the entire commission. So briefly explain to us how you will go about evaluating the performance of the commission staff, if you are given an opportunity.
Thank you, Misati. At the commission, there are the commissioners and there is the Secretariat. And the commissioners are basically the ones formulating the policies of the commission and cascade the same to management. That is the Secretariat to implement. So in terms of performance evaluation, as a commissioner, I will ensure that all the policies and guidelines that are attending to the evaluation, performance evaluation, are approved on time, and the same cascaded to Secretariat to apply to all the staff. We'll also ensure that all the staff sign the performance contracts and proper evaluations are done biannually, annually, and the same is given as a report to the commissioners for overall evaluation. Thank you.
What I mean is that there's somebody there out there in Kisumu who is in a constituency. How do you ensure that as a commission, of course you're always held responsible for its actions, how do you monitor the activities that he's doing and ensure that whatever he's doing, if you are held responsible, you're accountable to his actions?
Thank you, Misati. We will ensure as a commission, as commissioners, that the strategic plan for the institution is being implemented, and from the strategic plans, all the staff across the country are able to sign performance contracts, and it is uniform across the country. It is ISO. Whatever happens in Migori office is the same which is happening in Lamu office, and proper feedback mechanisms are put in place to ensure that performance are being reported, either desired or undesired.
The last question. According to where you sit, what do you understand by the role of the commissioners in staff management, between the commissioner and the secretariat, who is directly linking with the staff?
The secretariat is directly linked to the staff, and the commissioners are oversight of what the secretariat is doing on a daily basis. But at the end of the day, it is a value chain, because as commissioners, we approve all the instruments that are required to onboard an employee, and approve even for the various employees to be employed. And as commissioners, we are also, tasked with knowing what is happening at the secretariat. The commissioners are not there at the another zone, and the secretariat is in another point. It is a value chain. We depend on each other for that matter.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask a question, please.
Mr. Letengule, please share with the panel, who do you consider to be the key stakeholders of Iebc in regards to public participation? And how would the Commission engage these stakeholders effectively to ensure there's inclusive participation?
Thank you, Fatuma, for that question. The key stakeholders of Iebc.
In regards to public participation.
Thank you. We have the political parties. They are very key stakeholders. We have the people of Kenya, the voters, for that matter. We also have observers who are on observer missions. They also need to be engaged as stakeholders. We also have the politicians themselves. We had the political parties, and now we have the politicians themselves. They are also very key in terms of stakeholder engagement. And not forgetting, even the internal staff are also very key. The employees of, IEBC.
Remember what we are discussing is public participation. So in the context of public participation, you're already good to go?
Yes.
So how do you effectively engage them to ensure their inclusion?
We, as a commission, we are required to do public participation by informing the stakeholders what the commission is doing, by also consulting them, getting their feedback in the various programs that the commission might want to implement, involving them also, and collaborating with them as equal partners for achievement of the Commission's mandate, shared Commission's mandate. And that is towards credible elections that is fair and transparent to all Kenyans.
If members of the public are to effectively participate in public participation with the IEBC, what is the key ingredient for an effective discussion that they should have?
They should have knowledge they should have knowledge on their rights, what the law says. They should also have the skill itself to be able to participate, and they should also have values. Which kind of leaders might they want to, choose for themselves? So those are some of the ingredients.
Where and when does the public get access to electoral knowledge? The knowledge you're saying is specific to elections, isn't it? And boundaries delimitation. So where would they get this information and how?
They will get this information through the commission. The commission will organize for engagements, public barasas, campaigns, media, so that the members of the public can get this information.
So the start point of the engagement is civic education, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to welcome Nicodemus Bore to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. James, in your CV, you've stated that you're a manager of Social Health Authority.
Yes.
And your role has been to ensure the seamless rollout of the Social Health Authority provider portal system.
Yes.
I'm sure you have experienced what the public have heard and talked about the SHA program of government. And there are good lessons you have picked from that. Can you give us a few of the lessons that you have picked from the Social Health Authority program that you can bring on board as an IEBC member?
Thank you, Mr. Nicodemus. And just like IEBC, the Social Health Authority is highly digitized. And the digitization comes with the responsibility by the organization to engage with the stakeholders, that is the healthcare providers and the people of Kenya. Some of the lessons that I've learned that are more desirable to IEBC as well is the need for information. There is a lot of misinformation peddled when the program was being initiated that is not correct. Until the institution dissects it and demystifies, that is when, the public can appreciate. Just like IEBC, there are quite a number of steps that are digitized within the commission, like the voter registration, voting itself, results transmission from polling stations to the National Tallying Center, the kind of perceptions that are there is what we've, I've also encountered myself, because at one hand, patients are getting services, Kenyans are getting services. On the other hand, there is misinformation about the program. So what is very, very important is for the institution to engage with the stakeholders continuously, be able to demystify these particular programs that we are running. So yes, I have the skills, I have the experience to bring to IEBC in terms of demystifying the programs of IEBC. Yes.
Now, looking at the SHA program and the IEBC, and you bring the two together, and we have tried to compare the two, yet SHA is fully digitized in terms of services and provisions. IEBC is half digitized. The only area that maybe they use digital is registration and identification of voters during voting. Do you think that there is a possibility that eventually IEBC should be fully digitized?
Thank you, Mr. Nicodemus. Personally, I come from an environment where digitization is very high. And one of the advantages of digitization is there is less interference of data by human beings or staff. And those are some of the areas that the developers of the program, as internal stakeholders, have also added our voice to the same. So our systems are end-to-end. When a member goes for registration, that is the same information you will get the day you will need to seek for service. And once you are logged into the system at the point of service, the information doesn't change in between. And in the process, there are so many other enhancements up to a point that the healthcare provider is being reimbursed for services they offer to that particular member. So when you look at the current status of IEBC, the programs are not fully digitized. Even the process of voter registration, for example, you get a clerk taking information in a manual form. You don't know whether the form will be keyed into the system at the constituency level or at the IEBC headquarters. So these are some of the things that I will wish to look at when I get to be appointed as a commissioner. So starting from registration, from the SHA perspective, we are linked to the registrar of persons. So even the registration itself, you just need to key in your ID, and then the entire information about the member is fetched from that particular system. So it reduces issues of double registration or impersonations when a person goes to the hospital. So even IEBC needs to be linked to this particular system of registrar of persons, so that we don't have issues of dead voters still in the register. We have issues of double registrations. We have members that have been moved from one polling station to another without their knowledge. And another issue is about the voting day itself, the day of heavy lifting by the commission. The process should also be as digitized as possible to be able to prevent this kind of double voting, for example. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. All the best, James.
Thank you, Nicodemus.
Okay, Professor Adams, please.
Thank you, Chair. Leiro Letangule.
Yes, Prof.
In your introduction, you said you are from a marginalized community. The Ilchamus, to be specific.
Correct, Prof.
Is Ilchamus, whenever we do census, is Ilchamus regarded as a unique ethnic group, or you come under an umbrella of an ethnic group?
Thank you, Prof, for that concern. I might not really say it's a question.
Yes.
In the past, we used to be under another group because of many
Which one?
Many people did not understand as well.
Which one?
The Maasai. Sometimes we can be put with other communities, which I might not wish to give more information on the same. But we've done a lot of publicity about ourselves, and now we have our code as a community.
Very well. That's a unique identifier. You are also just 37 years of age.
Correct, Prof.
And when I was looking at your CV and work experience, I didn't see any past experience in electoral matters. Yet as I've listened to your answer, you seem to be very, very knowledgeable about the Constitution, the law, and the management of elections. Where is that coming from?
Thank you, Prof. In my CV, maybe I just missed to indicate that I participated as a clerk in 2007 elections, and I also participated in civic education in 2007. That was under ECK. Whatever I'm currently doing, the experience that I have working with the defunct NHIF and now SHA, we do a lot of member registrations. And these are old institutions, started in 1960. It has a rich history from the beginning up to now, when government decided to improve processes. So just like Iebc, we are also engaging in member registrations.
When the vice chair asked you about skills that you are bringing or that you'd bring to the commission, you didn't mention elections. Now that you have made a disclosure, is that a skill that you would say you would bring to the commission?
Yes, yes indeed, Prof.
What strategies would you use if you are made a commissioner to ensure that election results are accurate and verifiable, especially when there are claims of electoral fraud?
Thank you, Prof. Some of the strategies that I will bring to the commission if I get favor from this panel to be a commissioner is I will demystify the process of registration of voters, because if we miss it at the registration, then the final product, when these voters will come and do the ballot itself, we will not get correct results. So I will ensure that there is minimal errors in the process of registration. I will ensure that the register is very clean, that the people who are at the register as voters are legitimate voters for that matter. I will also ensure that all the legal frameworks that govern Iebc and gives Iebc the mandate to do its work are all aligned If there is any need for, an amendment, I will engage with my fellow commissioners to make sure that we engage the relevant stakeholders and have all the legal frameworks aligned. I will also ensure that during the voting itself, because IEBC has been accused of being so secretive, especially after the elections, I will ensure that the process is as transparent as possible, that the voters in a constituency or in a county can be able to get the results of all their elected members, including even the presidency, at the county level, so that we avoid this culture of going to the bombers. And many people think the bombers is when the president is being elected, while they have done it themselves at the polling stations. So I think if we demystify this process and onboard all the stakeholders, the observers, the media, so that we avoid a situation where a presiding officer or a returning officer has to come manually all the way to the bombers for the results to be looked at. And at that point, Kenyans are glued to the screens. Sometimes we see and decide behaviors within the bombers itself, and people think the president or is being chosen at the bombers. So I will ensure that transparency in terms of information sharing is very clear.
Thank you. IEBC, has trust deficit. Where you are coming from, as my colleague Bore told me, SHA has even more trust deficit. I'll give you an example. I can't remember his other name, but as I watched before SHA was implemented, the face of SHA was one Olweny. I can't remember his other name. And then and he was very convincing whenever he came, debating with the unionists why the shift is necessary. It was so convincing. Then on the eve of the implementation, I don't know, he goes to Kenya Cancer. And now SHA, the public is reacting. The point I'm trying to bring is that what, if at all, and I don't think you are in a position to have been the public face, but what do you say about the trust deficit in SHA and how it should be addressed, or how you and your seniors have addressed it, vis-a-vis if you are to go to the commission, and how you would help in improving trust in the IEBC, given that right now you are in a trust deficit institution and most of the public are not convinced that that's the way to go.
Thank you, Prof. SHA, IEBC. There was, of course, misinformation because we have an history as an institution. And when government was now enhancing service delivery to all Kenyans, there were public participations that were done, and there were laws that were passed. That is, the SHA Act was passed in 2023, and all the legal frameworks are there, and all the players involved were involved. The only challenges that we experienced as the internal stakeholder is When the program was rolled out, the major stakeholders, the healthcare providers, the members were already aware because we engaged them on almost real time through direct messaging, through calls to the call center, and most of the things were demystified at that point. The only departure here is on the membership. NHIF was more constrained on a members club. You have to be a member for you to be able to get services. But now under SHA, the law has allowed has allowed Kenyans to be members of SHA. So long as you are a Kenyan, you are a member. So the membership aspect was changed. So initially we had close to 7 million active members, and now under SHA we have 20 million, almost now over 20 million members. So you can see that many people have been engaged, and any program that touches on many people, you should be prepared for, to be able to answer to questions continuously, and that's what we've been doing. Iebc is also having trust deficit among Kenyans, which are very simple things to be demystified if the institution can implement some of the programs, like communication, planning, most of these trust deficits are as a result of some risks that were not identified in the process. Like in the last election, we woke up to some 2 counties not voting on that particular day. So proper planning also needs to come out. And I don't personally see the reason why we should make registration of voters voluntary. So long as you are a Kenyan, 18 years and above, I think it is high time that we onboard everybody to be a voter. It's only for them to come and confirm that I want to vote in this place. Yes.
So you would advocate for mandatory voting as in some of the countries of the world?
Because...
Or mandatory registration. There's mandatory registration and there's mandatory voting, in which if you don't vote, it's considered as an offense. So which one are you talking about? Mandatory registration or both mandatory registration and mandatory voting?
Mandatory registration.
Okay, but not mandatory
because
voting.
In the day of voting, which is just one day, people might have reasons why they will not go to the polling station. They will be sick, they will be out of the country, and those kind of things. So mandatory registration.
Very well.
Thank you.
Lastly, no, thank you, Chair.
Did you really answer how the integrity tag in SHA will follow you to IBC? You did a long explanation, but I didn't see you respond to it.
I have a lot of successes about SHA. And what from a management level, I can confirm that the programs are up and running, and we have escalation matrix whenever there is a challenge, and we have levels of engagements from the healthcare providers themselves, and we have so many alternative ways of assuring continuity of services when such is reported. So from an internal perspective, we have put in programs for any eventuality in terms of, there is system glitches, and we engage directly to the providers whenever that is reported. So I think there are those programs that need to be continuously demystified to the public, like communication. Continuous communication must be a backbone of any institution that has the mandate to offer essential services like SHA. And even IEBC, communication is also very, very important for that matter. Thank you.
Prof, please.
Leira, let me take you to your comfort zone, coming from a marginalized community. How does the 2010 Constitution address the economic imbalances that marginalized communities have experienced since independence? There are several, but which one would you place high there?
Thank you, Prof. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 addressed the issue of marginalized communities on issues that are touching on our economic, our social, and cultural values as communities. And therefore, it has given us the protection and right to claim those particular rights under the Constitution. And also, it has also addressed the issue of representation.
Maybe let me, because of time, which fund does the Constitution create to address the imbalances that marginalized communities have faced since independence?
The Constitution has given us protection as marginalized communities to be able to, access services like any other community in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Name any 3 Kenyan nationalists who were arrested in 1952 and are usually known as the Kapenguria 6. Name just 3.
Jomo Kenyatta, Dedan Kimathi.
You have remained with 10 seconds. 2, 1 second gone. Thank you.
Well, we have enjoyed our time with you, Mr. Letangule. And I gather that you're a man of faith. In many cases, you said we as a commission. And it looks like you've already gone ahead. And we want to wish you well and to pray that we are able to come to a conclusion and that your name lands there. Do you have any question or comment to make?
Thank you, Chairman and members of the panel. I don't have a question. Mine is just to appreciate the panel for shortlisting me among the many, many applicants and for having me today. So that is something that I'll not really take without saying. Additionally, I also appreciate the panel for the questions. They were very engaging, and there might be some that have answered well, some that I fell short within the bar, but I will relook at this reel later on and be able to, address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Remember to pick your certificates. They are at the door. The notebook is yours and the pen, and even the water if you like. Blessings to you. Thank you. Have a good day. The next candidate is James Nyamongo. I hope that he can be brought in kindly. position of member for the Commission of IEBC. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves, then after that we'll come to you, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Nyamongo. My name is Linda Kiome, and I am the Vice Chairperson of this panel. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu.
Bwana Nyamongo, jambo. Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Na karibu.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning, James.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction session. Karibu.
I now ask you to introduce yourself to us. Kindly mention those things that you think are important. And let us know if you have any award or you belong to any professional group. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is James Nyamongo, and I come from Nyamira, and that's where I grew up. I took my primary schools at that particular Nyamira County.
Okay, initially you wanted to be an engineer. That's
Yes.
where you stopped.
Yes, but that never came to be. So I joined the cooperative college, where I took a 2-year program with a certificate in cooperative administration, which I finished in 1980. Then I was posted to Elgeyo Marakwet district as a cooperative assistant officer. I worked for the government for up to 1984, when I left and I joined Kaimos Hostel as house administrator. I worked there for 1 year. Then I joined the Christian Aid Association of Kenya as a finance officer. As a finance officer at the Christian Aid Association of Kenya, I got a USAID scholarship where I did my undergraduate at USIU. That's a BSc in accounting. And then from there, I joined the National Oil Corporation as an accountant too. That was in 1990, April. After that, I grew up in National Oil up to the position of chief accountant, and I also acted there as a CEO. Then 2003, then we were appointed, we were 3 chief executives who were appointed at the same time. We don't know how this happened, but it occurred. Then one gentleman turned down the position. Then I was told I'll be deployed into central government, but that never came also to happen. So at the end, I was sacked with 1 line letter. After being sacked, I went to Kenya National Commission for Human Rights for readdress, because as a civil servant, I knew I could not rush to the court that would be prejudice my position. So my case was investigated for 3 years up to 2006, and I was reinstated back. And they said I'm not going back to National Oil, so I was deployed at the Kenya Pipeline as a senior admin officer. I worked there for 3 months. I was promoted to chief admin officer. So I grew up actually within the rank up to the position of administrative manager. Then within that period, I attended several trainings, and I'm very grateful to the Kenya government because they gave me the opportunity to exploit my potential, which enabled me to travel quite widely and expose me lastly. And the last training I got was on an MSc, Masters of Science in International Oil and Gas Management. This really exposed me because, again, I was sent to Brussels for 3 months for an attachment where I had to learn about the management of pipeline from Russia to Turkey, Turkey to Europe, Cameroon, Chad pipeline, all those areas. I managed to really learn a lot. Then from there, it reached 2020. Then again, I made a mistake of applying for the position of chief executive within the Kenya pipeline. And that's the time probably members will remember where people were being sent home for COVID issues. So I was not lucky. I was told to go home because if you had some pre-existing condition and if you are above 50, you had to go home. You wait until further notice. So I went home. I didn't know that was my luck. Then my luck was again across the corner. I traveled to Kisumu one evening, reaching Kisumu. Then I found again Nairobi store knocking my door from nowhere. Then I was told to send my CV because they were hunting for a CEO. So within that period, that was 2020, I managed to be appointed as a chief executive. Now, I was sent away from pipeline that I was not supposed to be there because of COVID, but now I've gone back to manage the COVID patients at Nairobi store. So it was something opposite. So we started, that's how, Mr. Chairman, I started now working at Nairobi as a chief executive. Yes, I'm a member of the Kenya Institute of Management. Number 2, I've also got an award, I'm held of MPS. That is maybe the short story about Mr. James Nyamongo.
Okay, James Nyamongo. You have experience in oil and gas and in healthcare management. How is this relevant to IEBC? How does it make you suitable for this role you're asking for?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. James Nyamongo has over 30 years experience at senior management level. And if I could take back my experience for this, or suitability for this job, is that I'm an expert actually on governance and public management and public policy. That one, I stand out, Mr. Chairman, that it is the credentials which really puts me high, especially on policy formulations and strategy formulations. Those ones, I can attest to this committee that I have quite a lot of experience in that.
Okay, Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nyamongo, with the experience that you have had all those years in your career journey, what professional experience has best prepared you for this job, noting that it is a very high-pressure job? What professional experience have you gained that has best prepared you for this job if you were to be taken up as a commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam. The experience which has prepared me on this job is, I'll take you back to 2018, when I came back from Scotland after finishing my master's in international oil and gas management. As you are aware, we are having a Kenya pipeline, which lands a pipeline which is 1,790 kilometers countrywide, from Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, and then Nakuru and Eldoret. This pipeline has been encroached for the last 35 years. And every week, there used to be tapping of oil everywhere. You are in Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, and everywhere. This was a very, very risky job, and it involved multi-dimensional area. That is in the society, the economics, and whatever. And then the moment you disrupt the pipeline supply, you have destroyed the economy of Kenya and the East and Central African region. And this Kenya pipeline has got the resources. They have got 2 choppers and everything and engineers. But this job has eluded members of the staff for 30 years. So one morning, I just gone and I was called to the board, and I was told that in addition to your position as an administrative manager, we are giving you additional responsibility as a pipeline coordinator. This is a job where we are using a helicopter to do surveillance. And it is a very high emotive job because it touches on people who put houses on the pipeline, they have encroached it, there is everything there. So I was given that particular task. But one thing I asked the board, I want to have some independence whereby I'm reporting directly to the board technical committee, and administratively I reported to the chief executive. Number 2, I wanted a separate budget or a resource allocated to this particular job, which they consider and give. And then I'll have to be given a leeway of selecting the staff I will work with. I was given that. So I selected the number of staff whom to work with, and there. So this job needed now, from experience or from what I've learned, that we were to go through the line, not using choppers, but by foot, to check whether there was easement signed, where there has been encroached. So we found out there were 3 spot areas. That was Mombasa, Magongo, Changamwe, and the Kisumu area. And this is whereby you will go and remove the properties or the buildings which these people have been put there. This was an emotive job where you have to remove people from the pipeline, when they're high risk. So we took this job for almost 1 full year. Chair, I can tell you this is one of the least job I've ever done, comparing even to IPC. One, I was not even sleeping in the hotels in Mombasa because of the risk. In Kisumu it was the same, in Nairobi it was the same. So once we mapped out the areas, we finalized, and then now we started demolishing. We demolished every bit. It was an emotive. I was all over the newspapers that Mwenyenyes have taken over Mchangamwe, they have taken plots. In Kisumu, I was told if you touch there, Papa will not leave you. So it was a very serious job which we did with my team of engineers and those sisters. And the management and the board intervened by giving us enough resources. Even we reached a climax where politicians had to breathe with the chair of the board. And I think, I don't need to mention it, but I once told the chair, it is either you choose to work with politicians or you save the pipeline. There are two things you have to select. Either you save Kenya Pipeline or you work with the politician. Then he said, Mr. Nyamongo, I leave it to you. So I executed that mandate. Then I moved from there. We prepared what we call a whaley policy management. This one gave functional responsibility to each department and which directorate. So if there is anything which I've done in my life, that's one of the best jobs I've ever done. Whereby again, you hold somebody accountable. If you really say legal have not done the easements, you hold them accountable. If technical has not done their job, you hold them accountable. If the finance have not provided the resources, you hold them accountable. Right now, from 2020, I can ask any member of the committee here, have we ever had oil tapped in Kenya Pipeline? None, to date. Secondly, you walk around Nairobi Oslo, you think this is one of the best hostel in this country, very nice and good. I was surprised when I entered in the institution and I found there was no governance instrument. That was in December 2020. So we started again developing those instruments in place. As now I sit here, we have human resource policy, we have financial policy, we have procurement policy, and ordinance, and even risk and compliance. And an institution which was started in 1954 does not have a risk and compliance policy, and it is an hostel. That was, I don't think that anybody could have imagined that could have happened. Since for the last 4 years, I've won 32 awards. And the latest, I'm supposed to travel to Stockholm to get that one for what you call ethical leadership. Last year, I got what you call equality leadership award. Thank you, madam.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now let's come home to the job you have asked for. Madam Caro, please, do you want to ask some questions?
Yes, Chair. Very impressive, Mr. Nyamongo, I must say. Your academic journey has seen you in some of the world best universities. This is appreciated and well done. Back to the work, to the job, as the chair says. Article 6.1 of the Constitution defines the territory of Kenya. And it sets out that in the Constitution, the territory of Kenya is divided into 47 counties. The IBC has been given the mandate to undertake boundaries delimitation. To what extent, therefore, is the mandate of the IBC in the review of boundaries delimitation of a county?
Come again.
Okay, let's start again. The territory of Kenya, Article 6.1, is divided into respective counties. Those counties have been set out in the 6th schedule of the Constitution as 47, right? The IBC has been given the mandate to review boundaries in Kenya. Article 188 is very particular on how the boundaries of a county can be reviewed or any delimitation undertaken thereof. What is your understanding of the mandate of the IBC in so far as counties' boundaries delimitation is concerned?
I think one of the things probably which IPC need to undertake is to look at the populational demographic issues. And there is a threshold which is given, for example, for a specific counties to have a number of people. Once they divide those counties with the number of population, taking maybe the last census which was undertaken last time, then they will divide against the counties. Then they see how within that particular county they would do that. Once they have divided that one, they will see whether the number of population meets the threshold. If it has come down, then probably they will say, okay, you will not exist as an county or as a constituency or as a ward. And if it exceeds, then it will have the mandate of doing by giving them another extra 8 constituencies or adding them another county to that extent.
So you speak about one criteria,
Yes.
which is the population density of the county. Any other criteria that is taken into account in county delimitation of boundaries exercise? Any other?
This
Mention
area,
four more.
the area covered, the square kilometers covered, that one will be taken into account.
What do you mean area?
Area, you see, if for example the areas which is covered is wider than comparing to other areas, especially in population, covering on that one also will be have to be taken into account. Yeah. Well, one of the role of IPC is actually to ensure that they have done what we call the limitations of that by dividing this particular area either into wards or into counties. That's one of the areas which the IPC is supposed to take into account during their function.
In addition, does Parliament have any role in boundaries delimitation of a county?
Yes, definitely they have. And this one is once IPC have done their role, they will have to make it to propose it to Parliament. This is what is supposed to be the action which Parliament is supposed to pass as a law that we have now passed a law. We are going to have either 47 or 46 or 48, or we are going to have 290 constituencies or less than by that. That's the role of Parliament. The IPC role is to provide the information for Parliament to make informed decision.
So in your view, is it the mandate of the IBC to undertake boundaries delimitation of a county? Is it the mandate of the IBC?
Yes, this is the mandate of IPC.
Thank you. I want to invite you, Madam Koki, to also take some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Nyamongo, you have you successfully avoided, not really avoided, but steered away from politicians in all your career. And now you're asking to be in the middle of politicians because as a member of IEBC, candidates and political parties and politicians are one of the most important key stakeholder in elections. And therefore, you will have to work with them very closely and very complementary. And in one of those, I would like you to tell us what role, if you are lucky and you go to IEBC, what role would you apportion political parties in voter education?
Thank you, Chair and Madam Coker. One of the things, I didn't say that I've avoided politicians. During my execution of my responsibility at the Kenya Pipeline, I involved politicians. Some were supportive, some were not supportive. That one I made it very, very clear. And some, some were hostile, I can tell you. And in my public also, I've interacted, especially in the Public Investment Committee and Public Accounts Committee of Parliament. I've been involved as a public servant and as a finance person. I've been interacting with them in Parliament in several occasions. Political parties, they will play a big role. Because one of the areas whereby when you are talking about doing the referenda, carrying out election, we bring in the electoral law, like the Election Act of 2011, and other political parties, the Political Parties Act, then those are the actors which you are. So there is no way we are going to avoid this one, especially in IPC. You have to involve them, especially on voter education, and also carrying out when you are updating the role of voters in the register. So there's no way we are going to meet it, and we are going to do away with political parties. You have to get involved to work with them. So
how will you involve them in voter education?
Well, one of the areas which you involve political parties is once there is a mandate whereby stipulated in the Political Parties Act, especially on voter education, you must have, if you are going to be having various parties involved, you have to bring them in when you are carrying out education so that you know that you are carrying out something which is balanced, so that no political party would say that they were alienated from participating in educating the voters.
How?
Well, in formulating the educational strategy, for education strategy, you have to bring them in, because that's why they are existing. You have to bring them in so that they can give you the input.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyamongo, and I wish you luck. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I want to invite Mr. Tanui to ask you some questions.
Thank you,
and,
Chair.
Just to, as a point of information to the member, to the candidate, that he is live on TV. So as you respond to questions, you avoid names and things like those, so that then you don't get into bad spaces. Kindly, thank you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also tell the panel that we crossed paths with Mr. Nyamongo some 19 years ago. So at least I know him a bit. Now, Mr. Nyamongo, I think when you are telling us about your skills and your experience, you did mention about your latest engagement, which you are CEO for 4 years. And having read what has been there in the media, and you've told us you're a governance person, there is a lot of parallel that we can draw from your last engagement at Nairobi Hospital with Iebc. We read about some factions. There were, I think, 2 board members, 2 groups of boards at Nairobi Hospital. And you remember at Iebc, we also had 2 groups of boards. We had the 3 Musketeers and the Cherera 4. At Iebc, we are also, and you can read from audit reports, there are a lot of procurement-related challenges at Iebc. But we also read, and we can note from various reports about the procurement-related matters at the Nairobi Hospital. So having gone through what you went through at Nairobi Hospital in those 2 areas of board management and procurement-related issue, how will that experience help you as you, assuming you get this job, you move to Iebc? How will you handle differently based on your experience at Nairobi Hospital? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if we talk about governance, one of the things which we have to take into account is board charter. And in this case here, we call it commission charter. And also various instruments, which is governing institutions. As I told you, when you work at the institution, you sometimes think probably everything is fine. But when you reach inside there, that's when you understand probably what is really inside there. And I could give you an example that the board charter clearly spells out what is the function of the chair, what are the function of the members of the board. And once you have put those ones in place, then you come to other governance instruments. Then we subject these instruments to various audits. Like now in the commission, we must be having, we know that the charter spells out what is the function of the chairman, what is the function of the other commission members. Once they have spelled out that one, then you know how are they working and how they relating to that. One of the cardinal principles in governance is to ensure that the governance instruments are followed to the letter. And one of the things which has been very, very emotive on my previous employment was not to follow what we call governance charter, especially on the procurement. That has been very, very critical. For the first, when we were developing them, people were not easy. After developing them, people wanted to bend, that probably we should not be using these instruments, especially on awarding of tenders. That was the main issue. But the moment you stick to that, you will get value for money. And I will give you an example when we were doing the procurement of ICT at the Nairobi Hospital. One of the institutions which was brought in was not having capacity of doing that one. But you see, as somebody who is an expert in governance, you know there is measures you put in place to ensure that everybody is accountable. So we put in that we said this contract must be prepared by an international expert who is in conversant with finance and ICT. They prepare that one. 2, what are the preconditions Signing, yes, you sign. They were joint venture. Have you signed the joint venture? Yes. Lastly, we want a bank guarantee from Taiwan Bank, which they failed. And getting that one in place means that you get the tender. But if you don't get it, you cannot get the tender. So that was transpired, and that brought a lot of discontent in the institution. 3, sometimes if the board charter is not very, very clear as the role of the chairman may take the responsibility saying, I'm the decision maker, so I'll take responsibility. But is that correct? No, the board charter says it must be a corrective responsibility. And you must find a way of harmonizing yourselves to work together as a team so that you can produce a possible result. And one of the challenges IBC has had is that probably they don't have what we call a commission charter, which spells out this. And when you look at the vision of the commission and the mission of itself, which is being used as a benchmark to measure IBC to deliver positive and transparent results, maybe we have not lived to that extent. What is it, this committee? It must envisage to have a committee or a commission which must live to that expectations, whereby you find out that everybody is seeing the same thing. It is not serving an individual, but is serving the people of the Republic of Kenya. That's my interest.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I want to ask Mr. James Misati to also ask you some questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mr. Nyamongo, I want to take you to the role of the temporary staff. During the general election, the hiring of temporary staff is something that the IBC must conduct. I will want you to explore or inform this panel from where you sit. You have been handling personnel. What are the risks at that level of hiring those massive staff during elections? The risks associated with that, if you can explain to the panel.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things probably you take into account if we have a governance instrument, and in this case, we must have what we call a human resource policy in place or manual in an institution. And in IPC, I don't think that it would be an exceptional, because taking the circumstances which IPC is operating, definitely there is no way you are going to have permanent staff you take, for example, in the next 5 or 6 years, which it will be in existence. Because this is people who are hired during election time. So this must be anchored in IPC human resource policy, whereby it stipulates the terms and the condition of this.
Sorry. I wanted you to give the risks first, then from there we can go to...
The risk involved is that they will be enticed maybe to give wrong information. That's the first risk which is involved. That would be the first thing, because they know they will only be there for temporary. So once they are tempted to not to take their job very seriously. That's the biggest risk.
Now you can go to how you'll address it if you are given an opportunity as one of the commissioners of IPC.
Now, one of the areas which we'll cover is to ensure that this particular staff, once they have been hired, they are compensated adequately for the short period which they will be at the commission, so that you can enable them to have that loyalty to the institution, telling them that this is the work we are going to do in this short time, and this is what we are going to compensate them for, would compensate you during the period which you will be with us. That's usually the normal way. And once it is anchored there, then somebody who is keen to work for the institution, he has to sign down that particular contract with you for that period is working with us.
Thanks so much. And please, let the panel know your understanding of the head of secretariat in relation to the supervision of staff.
Thank you. One of the key areas, again, when you look at the role of IPC, is we are having a commission which is permanently for 6 years, and we are having the chief executive who is there for another contract, maybe 3 years or 6 years. So one of the things I said earlier is we have this, the commission charter, which is because the commission itself is the one which actually employs the chief executive or the commission secretary. So it spells out that particular responsibility. Number two, it spells out the performance targets of this commission secretary. Once you have come out and spelled out that one on performance contract, then probably you have a working agreement with the commission members.
Lastly, cite any one example that you think can, you have mentioned about the term of the commissioners, which is 6. Actually, the one of the secretary now is 5 years, the CEO. Give one example of something that you think can create a scenario of conflict.
This one, I'll go straight away. It is on the procurement area. That is very sensitive, and I've seen it, I've experienced it. That's where the problem comes in. And the moment you are not putting those particular governance instruments in place, we'll have a lot of challenges, spelling out the boundaries of the chairman and of the chief executive.
Thanks so much, Mr. Nyamongo, and I wish you all the best. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nyamongo, it is considered that, that it is very critical for public to be aware and conscious of the processes of the election. So if you become a member of the Iebc, how would you engage the media to ensure that the public is educated on electoral matters?
One, I anticipate that within the commission we are having a communication policy. And Chairman, I'm very, very proud to tell you that this is one of the areas which I've participated for formulating communication policy. We must anchor this, then we know who is going to communicate at a particular point in time to the public. Number two, we will take a long-term view. Election is not an event, it is a process. And so once we know it's a process, then we shall have what we call continuous voter education, which we have to set it out in our policy. We say members of the public or the Kenyan people have to be informed of the happenings of the commission, what they are going to do and during the election, and this is what is going to be covered. So we have to have that covered under the communication policy and also in the training manual of IPC itself.
Well, the preparation of communication policy and establishing a communication policy is important. At times, what commissioners, or rather even the IBC staff, would find it tricky is to interpret that policy and into practice. So I would rather hear what are the kind of activities or engagements or programs that you're going to put up to ensure that the media is engaged fully to keep the public informed. Apart from the policy is the start point. After the policy, then what? Because Kenyans, we are known to write very good policies.
Yes, what actually happened, Chair, is that we don't live to what we write in our documents. Mm-hmm. That's the major issues, and we don't communicate to the public on what we do. So what we do is that we are hoping that the new IPC commissioners, they will disseminate this information by creating a forum whereby within the institution itself, whereby they are appointing various committees, which will be responsible to carry out civil education to the members and actualize what is in the policy itself. Yes, we can prepare policy, but you don't actualize it. So if they actualize it by disseminating, and I hope that we should be having county coordinators who are doing this one. And this is where the more resource, in fact, the areas where more resources is going to be put is on education of the Kenyan public about the election, so that they have confidence in the institution that the information which is disseminated to them is proper and they're going to utilize that one for the good of this country.
Thank you. And I particularly liked you mentioning the continuous education. Thank you very much, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Mr. Bore to ask questions, please.
Bwana Nyamongo, I also join my colleagues in giving you accolades on what you have achieved so far, and the fact that at your age you still gone back to school and acquired a few more academic certificates. Now, when you are introducing yourself and mentioning something on your CV, you said you worked at the pipeline, National Oil Company, and you were sacked by one sentence. Do you remember what that sentence was saying?
About
the day you were relieved of your duties. You said you were relieved by a one sentence letter.
Yes, okay. One sentence was, we were appointed to P3, I told you. Now, I don't know what transpired within the board because around April 2 or 3, I got a one letter sentence that I've been dismissed from my duty. I've been relieved my duty. So I went back to the permanent secretary to seek clarification what does that mean. So they told me they were going to deploy me into central government. Actually, they were very specific. I was going to be deployed to be the Deputy Inspector General of State Corporation. So I went back to the ministry, and I was told to see the head of public service. I went to that office 6 months. One of the staff there told me they had prepared my appointment letter, and I was supposed to be deployed to the Inspectorate of State Corporations. So at the end, the letter was cancelled. I didn't know what transpired, but later I learned that somebody from the Inspectorate of Corporation who have been attending our board meetings was not happy with me. So that was cancelled. And that one never stopped there. It went up to touch my spouse, where she was a senior lecturer at Kenya Institute of Administration, after she got a scholarship to do a PhD in Canada. Then from there, I pursued. That's why I say I told you I had to go back to minor KI to readdress me my position. So they investigated the matter. It is something which probably has happened in this country sometimes when you stick to the policy. And one of the policies, which is the Treasury Circular, says that you cannot invest money in any public institution without the concurrence of Treasury. And so I'm just now bringing you the point where what came in. So what means is that there was some funding which was supposed to go to Eurobank, but I stopped it.
Thank you. So does that happened how many years ago?
2006, that was 2006, then 2003, I don't know, from 2003 up to
22 years ago.
Yes. Mm.
You are also suspended by the board of National Nairobi Hospital.
No, I've never been suspended.
Oh, really? Because it is, I saw it on the media.
I've never been, that was the only me, I've not been suspended. My contract was 3 years, renewable. I renewed 1 year. Then I said I was not going to renew it. And I think I put the back of my papers in the file. Yes.
Okay. Now, having served at the Nairobi Hospital, what values and lessons can you bring to Iebc?
One, and I will say this one, and this one, it is to follow governance instrument, the latter. Don't bring in issues of personal interest in institutions. You lack them. And this is what is lacking in this country. And we need to stand up and say, no, let us stick to governance instrument of this, which has been formulated. That's my position.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman.
No, I want to invite a professor. Please take up some questions.
Bwana James Nyamongo, I think early this week, or sometime last week, but I think early this week, there was a screaming headline about godfathers and employment. In fact, it was saying that's why millennials and Gen Zs are complaining. James Nyamongo told us that when COVID hit and he was told that he's above 50, Nairobi Hospital, out of the blues, fetched him. Reflecting on that screaming headline, Godfathers, and James Nyamongo out of the blues being fetched in a country which is known that somebody has to hold your hand. Tell us, what is this about James Nyamongo that him out of the blues, he was just sought?
Thank you. You have asked a very valid question, and I also read about that, and I also reflected on myself. Let me tell this panel that what this headline was saying, it was correct. And I've experienced it. Personally, I didn't know that I'm very good in execution of strategy. I didn't know about it. And I didn't know that I can be implementing issues at a very risk place. But I found myself there. And I've worked with that fire for the last 4 years. Two, when you see a reverse law, you think that everybody is in that particular place. By the time I joined there, we didn't have a title at that place. We didn't have anybody from Northeastern Kenya in that institution. But as I sit here now, I can count 10 doctors from Northeastern. I can count 10 nurses from Taita, which were not represented. Actually, there was only 3 tribes which was managing that institution in form of nurses and doctors. Two, we were not giving opportunity to our doctors. When I joined the Nervosto, we had 9 doctors, channel doctors. Right now, we are having 100 doctors because the consultant didn't want these people to learn the tool of the trade. Right now, they are learning about it. So the most important thing is that let us have a mix of experienced people and of that, and then not charge people from having godfathers to that experience. My job, I've done it for the last 35 years. I didn't have a godfather. Maybe in the person I would say one who saved me as a godfather was Maina Kiai, because by that time I was gone, but he saved me. He's my godfather. That one I can say that truly. The rest is history. And I can tell this chairman, the panel, that this country is so good, but us, we have been kind to the tribal cocoon, and also not giving agencies opportunity to exploit themselves. They are having their own other problems with them. But once they have been given opportunity, I think they are a very good case.
You've just told us about your expertise in governance, and in an answer to my colleague, which my fellow panelists have agreed, is that you had a clean bill of health as a CEO, but there have been questions over the board that was oversighting you. As a governance expert and as a CEO, without going into specifics, what can you say about that relationship? Because you are told about the relationship between the commission and the secretariat, and you had the board in Nairobi and you as the CEO, the board having some issues. That experience, how would you use it to help Iebc that has had tension and even camaraderie between the commission and the secretariat?
One of the key areas which we need as a country is to adhere to our laws. That's the first thing. First, we have to have that evidence to the Constitution. We start from there. Once we respect the provision of whether they are bad provisions or not, but once we respect them, then we are coming out of the wounds. Number two, as an institution, once you have put those governance instruments, let me give you an example. Once you say, in the procurement, you have spelled out the policies or the rules which you want. And I will tell you, there is separation of responsibility. Management have got their responsibility. And that's why we say the commission secretary has got this responsibility with this senior staff. The commission itself up there have got overseeing what is these people are doing. Give them support. Once you have given the secretary support, I don't think that. But the moment you interfere, with the functional responsibility of the management, then we lose. So one of the things I've learned, and I could tell you at one moment when we were passing one of the procurement, whereby you find the board is bypassing the management, because in the procurement there is the responsibility of the management. Then you find the board is interviewing them. One of the things I asked that, can you pass a resolution to effect it so that we know at one particular point who made a mistake? Then they pass that resolution. Once they have passed that resolution, they are made, as a CEO, you are exonerated from what is happening there.
Thank you very much. My last question. The IEBC must make decisions that are fair and lawful. Can you give an example of when you, James Nyamongo, had to make a professional decision that was unpopular but necessary in your long career?
One, there are two occasions. One, I was at the Kenya pipeline when we were carrying out the demolition in Kisumu. We have to balance between the risk and the people you are working with. These people had put a kiosk about 1 kilometer, and they were supposed to be moved from there. And one of the things which we had to consider was, were they endangering these institutions so that it cannot deliver oil into Western Kenya? Yes. Were we going to render their livelihood completely done? Yes. But what was the biggest risk? Do you keep these people there, or you don't keep these people there? I said no to keep these people there, because they were going to be risky to the institution. The same thing in Mombasa. So I had to ensure that, yes, these people have put permanent buildings here. How do we get rid of here? Because if you look in Mombasa where they had put up houses, they are overlooking the tankage. The tankage, you know, you can have Al-Shabaab or other people who are having bad motive throwing the bomb into the tanks, and that one will have wrecked the economy of this. So we had to choose, how do we remove these people from here? We found out these people have settled in the government land. In Kisumu, it was the pipeline land, so how do we remove them? So we had to create a situation, how do we get out of this one? It was just like a movie. So we had to go back to the drawing board and then see how do we get these people. So it is a very risky decision I made. One, I came to the head office and asked my boss to give me an interest of 500,000. I went and I bought a vehicle of 250. Then I bought a jerrycan. Then I hired a driver. It was a very risk. Up to now, when I remember, it's very risky. So we filled the jerrycan with oil. We brought in a fire tender. We brought in the excavator because we wanted to get rid of these people in 1 kilometer. So we had to do something like a mockery so that we get this rid very early in the morning at around between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. So what we did is that this guy went into the tankage. He filled this particular jerrycan with oil. Then he came up with this car which we had already purchased. He drove along the rain. There were bumpings, so he jumped up, down. Then he went to one of the kiosks which there was some fire. These things got fire. So everybody had to scramble for his life. And we had the fire tender. Now, these people, we demonstrated that this was very risky to keep these people here. So within that period, we had already mobilized the police and the rest. So we had the excavator around there. We removed everybody, then we waited for the outcome. By 10 o'clock, I was in Nairobi with a chopper. Mission accomplished. Thank you.
I can see you have political skills that you have never put into practice. Thank you, Chair.
Prof, do you have other questions, please?
James Nyamongo, in your early career, you are in the cooperative sector. You have a certificate, you worked in that sector. So this should be easy for you. Name the largest circle in Kenya.
This Mwalimu Sacco.
Mention the East African country that has had the highest number of presidents since her independence, and name any two of its past presidents.
The highest number is, I think, DRC. And we are having the current Iebc and the previous, I've forgotten his name.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyamongo. We have appreciated the time we've spent together discussing the issues that are at hand and your suitability for it. We are grateful for your time, and I want to ask you if you have any question or comment that you'd like to make, kindly.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank the selection panel to have enabled me to make it to this committee to present myself. And as you sit down to make your decision, I hope I'll be among the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remember to pick your certificates. With this lady here, you'll find them at the door. The notebook is yours and the pen. Blessings to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Asante. Members, do you want to pick another one, or we take a break? Okay, thank you. Okay, media, we will take a break now. So we ask, we'll be back at 11:10. So please, thank you. Come down your tools and give us some few minutes. Thank you. Have a seat. Thank you. Yeah, feel free. You can adjust the seat as you wish. You have a pen and a notebook there, some water, just in case you may need to use any of those. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I am the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the advertised position and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same position that you applied for as a member of the Commission of Iebc. We will have a brief engagement just to get to know you better and to assess that which you have asked for, trying to understand who you are. Let me ask my colleagues here to introduce themselves. Then after that, we will come to you. Linda, please.
Good morning, Jen.
Morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I'm the vice chair of this panel. Karibu sana to this interview.
Madam Jane, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui,
Yes.
mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi,
Asante.
na karibu.
Good morning.
Morning, madam.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, I was off record, so let me repeat.
Okay.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Madam Jen.
Morning, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning.
Morning, madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Nashida, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you, Dr.
Good morning, Chen.
Morning, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you.
Thank you.
Asante.
Now, Jen, we would like to ask you to briefly introduce yourself in 5 minutes or thereabout. In a brief summary, your profile, and why you think that you're suitable for this position, but also indicate if you have any honors bestowed to you, and if you're a member of any professional group.
Okay.
Welcome, Jane.
Thank you, Chairman, and the entire esteemed panelists for this chance to appear before this panel. First and foremost, allow me, Mr. Chairman, to appreciate this panel for giving me the chance to appear for this interview. I don't take it for granted, but I thank God and I thank this panel. Secondly, I would wish to state that I count it as an historical moment for me as a girl or a woman from Kapedo village in Suguta sub-county, Turkana County, to appear in this esteemed panel for this position of the Commissioner of IBC. Being a pastoralist girl, having gone through all the challenges to attain education and to be able to find favor to appear before this esteemed panel, I am just happy and I want to appreciate for the position to be interviewed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'm Jane Apetet from Kapedo village. I have a master's degree in public administration and management from Mount Kenya University. I also pursued a bachelor's degrees in development studies from Mount Kenya University. I happened also to have done a diploma in religious studies and philosophy from Moi University with a distinction. And among other professional courses that I also did to build up my knowledge to ensure that I work for the betterment of this nation, I work to ensure that I work to bring about the desired interests of the development of this nation. Mr. Chairman, I went to Harvard University for a course, namely effective board members, because I was once a board member in some of the organizations that I will just present to this board. I did a senior management course with the KSG, Cabernet. I also did a professional course in strategic management from the London Institute of Management, London College. And I also did a strategic management course from the International Law Institute in Washington, D.C., and so many other courses, Mr. Chairman, that are proven in my credentials. And this morning, I want to present Jane Apetet, who was professional qualification suitable for this commission. One, because as a commission, the commission requires that according to the qualifications that were given in the Gazette notice, I saw the qualification needed was one must have a degree, administrative skills, managerial skills, and I present myself that I am that Kenyan that has the professionalism, the managerial skills needed, suitable to present a credible, transparent election that the Commission requires to be presented to Kenyans who are waiting to see results from the Commission. Mr. Chairman, I've also been awarded with an honoris causa for the service I've done to the community. I'm a champion of girl child education, having come from a pastoralistic community whereby education is minimal. The illiteracy level is so high, the poverty level is so high. Having been a role model, I decided that I shall champion for the girl child education and the education of that Turkana child. And I was able to be rewarded in the African Women's Summit to be the girl child education champion. In 2023, the president of this nation, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, also I was able to be awarded an honorary award of a national hero because of my contribution to peace. I'm also an author, I'm a singer. I contribute to peace through my diverse skills that I have. Mr. Chairman, I present myself as a person with reliable skills, professionalism, emotional stability, and a good manager, a good teamwork player, according to my previous engagements. I was able to work with the Constituency Development Fund in Turkana South, with also being a constituency office secretary in the Parliamentary Service Commission under the former MP of Turkana South. Having served for around 8 years, I was able to ensure that we do what we call, we ensure the projects meant for the community are done. We also conducted community needs assessment to help us know which projects are fit for the community. Mr. Chairman, and this entire board, I was also able to work with the Kenya Power Board of Management as a board member. That is where I gained many experiences on matters board or being a board member. And the role that we had there was more of strategic plan preparation, policy making, and providing oversight to the best interest of the organization so that the shareholders and the company could run so well. I want to present, Mr. Chairman, that by the time I was in the Kenya Power Board, we found a board, a company that they used to do manual. Everything was manual, from HR to running these other things. But as a board, because it was a collective responsibility, we came with our diverse skills. And by the time I was exiting the board, the Kenya Power was now doing digital human resource activities, procurement was done digitally, and the systems that are working now in Kenya Power as a board, I pride that I was part and parcel of the team that transformed Kenya Power from being a manual to a digital organization. The lifeline operations that you see now in the Kenya Power Board, in the Kenya Power Company, it was one of the works that we did as a board. Long time, if you remember, dear esteemed panelists, by the time we were there, it was in case Nairobi County experiences outages, they had to switch off the entire area so that the technical team could change. But now, through our efforts and the leadership within the board, we managed to ensure that the company transformed from manual operations to lifeline, where now we don't need to switch off the system. The technical guys could see where the problem is and switch that, not even switching. There are people who could go operate the lines live without switching off because of the technology that we employed. And this technology came about by us intermingling with technical organizations like IBM, SAP. We ensure that we got the best technology for the company. And now we don't need to switch off the lights. The engineers have to operate the system while
Can we go to something else that you have done, if it's possible, just a mention? Please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And another thing I pride in is when I joined the County Assembly Service Board as a board member.
Okay.
We entered the County Assembly Service Board. It was a political organization, but we served as a neutral board, serving all the interests of the organization, ensuring the welfare of staff, the policy level is brought to the standard. We found out that there was no HR policy, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, we have noted.
Okay.
I'd like to move on. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Jane, in your introduction remarks, you mentioned that you have some reliable skills.
Yes, madam.
Could you elaborate to this panel which those reliable skills are that will benefit the Commission in the event that you're taking up as a member?
Thank you, madam. Among the reliable skills, one thing I came to understand is that being a board member, you need to have information. Information is power. Knowledge is power. When you are informed, when you are knowledgeable as a board member or a commission, you will have informed decision. And therefore, by my experiences, my professional experiences therein are that by being, after going through professional skills, I'm able to be a good manager. I have good managerial skills. I'm a team player. I'm good at communication because communication is critical in an organization. I have resilience. Having come from Capedo, the famous Capedo that you see, the challenges we went through, the things we saw in life has built my resilience and emotional stability. Therefore, I am that person that has the ability to be resilient, to be emotionally stable, having emotional intelligence, and administrative skills to make this commission go to the next level.
And what competencies do you think are essential for the commissioners to have in order for them to execute their mandate in the manner as prescribed by the Constitution?
Thank you, Madam. The competence required: 1, professionalism. 2, you need integrity. And you need to be accountable. You need to be a team player, a good communicator, because we need communication from the top to the bottom of the organization. And I've summarized the 3 competence in 3 C's. That is being competent, character, and communication. Yes.
And have you worked in a high-pressure, high-stakes environment before?
Yes, madam.
If so, please elaborate to this panel.
Thank you, madam. I've worked, just as I've said, I was a board member at the County Assembly Service of Turkana. And one of the most challenging situations is whereby the assembly had bloated staff. And a letter came that we need to resize the organization. And being the chairperson of the HR committee of the board, it was one of the toughest times in my life because resizing an organization means people will lose their jobs or you have to see how you can do. And as a board and as the chairperson of the human resource, what I did is that we started communication. We started consulting the Public Service Commission, the labor offices, the executive offices, the honorable members, because some of them were brought by the honorable members. We did a lot of consultation, and by the time we were finishing the resizing, there were no casualty because there was a lot of communication and engagement with stakeholders. By the end of the entire process, we had already resized the organization, rearranged the structure, and got the technical team. We exported them because we had good working relationship with the executive. Those who had certificates and were technical were taken to the executive, and the support staff who were too much, we had to outsource them to an organization to ensure that we met the required conditions for us to get the funding to run the organization. It was one of the toughest, but through resilience, emotional stability, and
Thank you very much, Caroline. Kituku, kindly please ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Jane.
Yes, madam.
I've seen you have done some work on women program support, some women's rights issues. All right, let's talk about that for a minute. So you know Article 27 of the Constitution and Article 81 makes provision to the extent that not more than 2/3 of the members of the elective politics shall be from the same gender. In your view, should you become successful
Yes.
as a member of the IBC, how do you make sure that the two-third gender rule influences the way IBC conducts itself and the elections in Kenya?
Thank you, Madam Caroline. One, as a commission, you have to abide by the law, and one of the requirements of being a commissioner or a board member is that you act for the best interest of the organization. Therefore, this two-third gender rule is within the Constitution, and as a commission, as a member, given a chance to be a member of this commission, what we'll do is that I'll ensure that we ensure as a board, because it's not one man decision, it's a collective decision. We'll champion for any other party, any other person, will champion for people to adhere to the rules of the two-third gender rule. Secondly, we need to engage other stakeholders, because Miles Monroe says purpose cannot be fulfilled in isolation. Therefore, even achieving the two-third gender rule, one organization cannot do. But as a commission, we shall engage other stakeholders, like FIDA. We have FIDA, and we have other led CSOs that champion for women engagement, women inclusion. Even Parliament, the KEWOPA, will get all the stakeholders on board. Then we become the champions to ensure that this two-third gender rule is achieved not only within the commission, but in any other government offices as it is required by law.
So what is the mandate of the IBC, particularly to ensure the realization of the two-third gender rule? What are those measures that IBC should put in place to ensure that this is observed in the elective politics?
Thank you, Madam. One of the mandates of the IBC is to ensure that the two-third gender rule is achieved. We have political parties, of which are stakeholders in election. The IBC has to ensure that the political parties adhere to this rule when presenting their list for nomination, to ensure that in case we have it is only men who are elected, then in the nomination list, we have the women to fill the gap. Secondly, there is this principle in political parties, whereby when they bring the nomination list, it starts with a man. So we can have stakeholders meeting with the political parties, and we tell them, you can even say a woman, then a man, depending on how the elections have been done. Like in Turkana County, out of 30 wards, only one woman was elected. So it's something that we can champion as a commission with other stakeholders, and ensuring that every party adheres to the law of two-third gender rule.
Okay, so a follow-up question.
Yes.
There is no law today as we're speaking that seeks to implement the two-third gender rule. However, over the years, since the Constitution was promulgated, 2010 to date, we have had subsequent, thrice, we've had 3 elections in those 3 periods. My concern, and what I want you to explain to us, is in the absence of clear put out legislative measures or criteria, what should IBC do in addition to the political parties' engagement? Because remember, this is, as you say, let's come back to Turkana.
Yes.
30 wards with 1 member of parliament, I mean, member of the county assembly who is a woman. Did IBC have any role to do with that? And what should have been done to ensure that in Turkana County Assembly, not more than the gender is represented?
Okay, thank you, Madam. And I want to say that the Commission works in hand with the Parliament, and the first thing is that we can, where there is a gap in the law, we need to have a stakeholders meeting so that we can push for regulations and laws that support such agenda. Secondly, there's need for voter education because the people are not informed that women can be elected as governors, as presidents, as senators, as in any other elective position or in any managerial skills. So we have to disseminate information from where we are to trickle down to the grassroots level to ensure the people who are the main actors, the voters, have information, are knowledgeable, are given the knowledge that women have a right to vote, they have a right to be elected, they have a right to be chosen like in any other position. Therefore, we need to champion with all the stakeholders, talk with the parliament also, and any other organizations, and ensure education is given out to that innocent voter that does not know that women can be elected in any position they want, and it is their right. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jane. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FCS Kokimuli, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Apatet Nashida.
Yes, Doctor.
I want to congratulate you for all the work and the achievements you have done from Kapedo village to Turkana.
Yes, sir.
This is really a great achievement, and also that you are a role model to not just people in Turkana, young girls that you are championing their education, but also women and girls everywhere. So that's a great achievement. The second thing I wanted to ask you, it's relating to the work of the commission.
Okay.
From your own experience, and I think it's a wonderful thing that we have devolved government. Devolution has really transformed Kenya because all your experience that led to your shortlisting comes from the work you have done at the devolved government.
Sure.
So in Turkana, the participation of citizens in voting is very low, and therefore registration has not has not captured every eligible voter,
Yes.
especially women, especially youth, especially persons with disability. If you are lucky and become a member of the commission, how can you ensure that this category of people are registered, they are captured in the voters register? Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Through the chairman, if you can allow me to present that I once worked with under the Kivuitu Commission as an assistant registration officer for 2 years, 2004 and 2005. And I want to appreciate that this commission has come from far. Those days we used to go to register. We wait for the register from Nairobi to be brought to Lokori or Kapedo. But now there's a lot of transformation, like the digital way of doing things. And one of the functions of this commission is to ensure that there's voter education, registration of voters. Therefore, as a commission given a chance, what I'll inject in or champion is one, voter education to the grassroots level. You cannot compare this season with the other one we were when we were registration officers. There were no radios, but now we have radios, we have Twitter, we have Facebook. So dissemination of this voter education is so easy with technology than what it was. Secondly, we have constituency offices in every, we have offices in every constituency for the Iebc. So it's easier to ensure that voter education reaches to the grassroots level through the offices, through training, through radios, so that that voter is told or is informed that he has a right to be registered as a voter, he has a right, and his details can be gotten through the office or even through digital way of registration. And thus we will be able to increase the number of registered people.
Thank you very much, Madam Nashida, and all the best. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA, turn me to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. And Madam Jane, I also want to congratulate you for the achievements you've made. having come from Kapedo, because the information we know of Kapedo is not good news.
Sure.
So we are happy to see you here. Tell me, while you are at KPLC, at the board,
Yes.
which committees did you serve?
Okay. Thank you.
Just mention to me the committees that
The
you serve.
committee is one, the procurement committee, the audit committee, and the ICT committee.
So audit, procurement, and ICT.
Yes.
Those are three committees.
Yes.
Or they are one and having all those duties and responsibilities. Was it one committee or in
No,
three?
different.
They were all different.
Yes.
So let me pick on the two committees that you served on, audit and
Yes.
procurement. And as you must be aware that there is a lot of procurement also that takes place at IEBC.
Yes, sir.
So using your audit experience, audit committee experience at KPLC, and also the fact that you served in the procurement committee, what measures or steps will you take to ensure that there is transparency and fairness in the procurement processes at IEBC, appreciating your role as a commissioner? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. One, the procurement process is guided by the relevant laws, and one of them is the PFM Act. And the law requires that in Article 10 and 232 of the Constitution, it talks about the national values and principles of governance. And that means as a board member or a commission member, at the board level, we have to ensure that the principles of governance and the values of national values and governance are adhered at the technical level by adherence to the law. Everything is done within the law. I'm a champion of corporate governance, and it is required that whatever you do as an officer or as an office, you have to do the best interest of the organization. Without, you have to be accountable, transparent, unfair in your, you're not supposed to be unfair in whatever you're dealing with, but ensure that the processes of procurement are pursued to the latter. And as a board, we don't micromanage, but we ensure we provide oversight to ensure the entire process is done to the best interest of the commission or of the organization by adhering to the PFM Act and the articles of national values and principles of governance.
There is no other law other than the PFM Act that applies to procurement other than the PFM Act.
There is the Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015.
Okay.
The Constitution of Kenya is also the supreme law that overrides all the other regulations and laws.
Now, audit committees, the Mwongozo Code of Governance, and appreciating the fact that KPLC is a state corporation, so which is bound by the Mwongozo Code of Governance. Normally, they indicate that you cannot serve at the audit committee if you serve in other committees that are executive in nature or that involve processes, because you are providing oversight. And therefore, you shouldn't be serving in those other procedural committees or that are involved in the execution or day-to-day management. So clarify for us in terms of, you say you served in ICT, procurement, but also audit.
Thank you, sir. And if you can check the documents there, we've done a Mwongozo course by the SCAC. Secondly, I also happened to have done corporate governance course with the Institute of Corporate Governance. Therefore, Chairman, I've just named the committees because within the span of 4 years, you don't serve in one committee throughout. After 1 year, they change, you are given another committee. So it was not for the entire 4 years, but those are the committees I served within my 4 years in the KPLC, because it has to adhere to the Mwongozo Code of Conduct.
So the term of a board member at KPLC is 4 years?
Okay, it's supposed to be 3 years, but I went for the second term and then it ended.
Yes. After serving for 1 year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you are saying your service in these committees were on a yearly basis. You kept on being rotated.
They change.
Yes,
It's rotational.
Rotational,
it's not constant.
after every year.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Jane.
Yes, sir.
I also want to take you back to the issues of personnel in the commission, that is the secretariat and the commissioners. Suppose there is a growing tension between the commissioners and the secretariat due to overlapping roles. How would you address the situation to ensure good governance and operational efficiency?
Thank you, sir. One, the Iebc Commission Act is very clear on the functions of the commission and the functions of the secretariat. And in a scenario where there's conflict, the commission role is clear. The secretariat, a technical team that does the mandate of the commission. Therefore, in case of, because you cannot fail to have conflict in an organization, but as a commission or given a chance to be a member, I'll use my emotional stability, emotional intelligence to ascertain where there is a problem and then use the relevant pathways of conflict resolution to ensure that the secretariat stick to their mandate and the mandate of the commission remains to be their mandate. So there shall be no conflict of interest. What brings all this is conflict of interest. And best practice has it that as a commissioner or as a staff, you don't need to bring your personal interest within the commission. Therefore, when we abide by the laws and the regulations that are given, I don't see where we can have such situations.
Please, from your understanding, what do you think is the major cause of conflict within the commission?
Okay, not necessarily within the commission, but within even any organization. When you bring your personal interest, when you bring your personal interest to the commission, that is when now the conflict arises. But when all of us, as the secretariat and the commission, work for the best interest of the organization, you'll enjoy the service because everyone will work within the mandate and will be able to provide a credible, transparent election to these citizens of our beloved nation.
In your career, have you had the support of a politician in getting you to where you have been?
Thank you, sir. That's a good one. The law, I was reading the Iebc Act.
I've asked,
Pardon?
In your career,
yes,
have you seen the hand of a politician to get you to where you are in any of the circumstances?
Thank you, sir. In all my engagements or seeking for jobs, even this one, applying for the commission, I brought it myself. And I said, God of heaven, this is a Turkana girl presenting my document. And I'm just happy for this panel because of inclusion. There was nobody I knew, no politician, even it was a shock to everyone within my county and the entire nation. That how did you go? I said, I presented myself because I believed in my capability and ability to perform as a commissioner. And here I am today facing this esteemed panel. There was no politician. It is possible to go through these stages without the hand of a politician. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much. Let me forget that. I didn't mean this particular one. I said in your career from the past.
Thank you, sir. In every career, there was no hand of being pushed. It's because, according to my professionalism, I just applied for positions. And for your information, sir, I even did the principal secretary's interview. I'm that person who is self-motivated and outgoing. I go for things, and I believe God and my ability.
Thanks so much. The last question.
Yes.
Please, can you say some ways in which the commissioner and the secretariat, they exercise joint responsibility of their roles?
Thank you, sir. One, the commission and the secretariat, they work interdependently. No group can serve without the other one. The secretariat are the implementers of the mandate and the plan of the organization as provided by the commission. Therefore, they work together, they co-work together to achieve the agenda, the mission of the commission.
How do they exercise that joint responsibility? How they do it?
Okay. One, like the secretariat prepares the strategic plan. The secretariat involved in the day-to-day running of the commission, and by so doing, all of us become co-workers to the best interest of the organization. They are the technical team, and the commission provides oversight and strategy.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fatuma Zaman, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mashida.
Yes, madam.
I also join the others to congratulate you on the good work you've done.
Thank you, sir.
Bearing in mind that you're from Kapedo, and life there is not easy, but here you are with all these achievements. You are a good role model to the girls back home. So thank you very much. Now to come to the questions. Considering you, I remember you mentioned something about ICT and digitalizing the processes and the service of the KPLC.
Yes.
So considering the role of ICT in the electoral processes, how do you think IEBC can effectively engage technology stakeholders like the ICT companies, the cybersecurity experts, to ensure that the electoral process is secure, safe and efficient?
Okay. Thank you, madam. And on that, there's need for stakeholder engagement. As a commission, we'll work together with the relevant bodies or organizations that provide technology to attain results. By employing technology, we'll be able to reach even a higher population than what we've already done. Therefore, the use of technology is critical in election management, and as a commission, given a chance, we'll ensure that the organizations that we work together, or we'll have a meeting of stakeholders to ensure that the technology we employ is not vulnerable, does not expose us as a commission, and we also need to get to the technology that we are able to trace even those people who are hate speech, who create hatred with using technology, because technology has been used to create a lot of inconveniences. And I was even looking at the meeting that we had, the security team had this week. They were talking of technology, use of technology to ensure to track those who cause hatred and hate speech. Therefore, as a commission, we'll work together with these companies. We'll meet together to talk on way forward. Then we use due process to ensure we get this technology to make the commission present a credible and a transparent election results.
You see, the board makes strategic decisions.
That is it.
So when it comes to ICT, it's technical. It's work that's technical.
Yes.
However, what would the board members need to be able to make decisions that are effective and helpful, and even to engage a technological company? You would expect. So I want to hear the practicality of doing that, because when you cannot engage a partner when you do not understand exactly what you need, and when you do not understand what is it that they can offer.
Okay.
So how do you engage effectively? I'm looking for tangible, real-time things that you will be able to do.
Thank you, Madam. One, the Commission uses IT like KEMS kit for registration of voters. Two, what we also need as a Commission is that we need technical team, and that's why I saw on the advert there's need for a technical guy who has IT knowledge, so that he brings his expertise and advice to the board, so that when we engage those companies that provide technology, we'll be able to have a technology that is compatible with what we run. Therefore, the Commission uses technology on matters communication like Twitter. I saw there's a Twitter handle for the Commission. Registration of voters, we use technology, and it's important that we need these experts and also the companies that provide. Then we are certain the surety of these companies to do that which the Commission wants.
How did you do it at KPLC? How did you influence the use of, or rather digital integration at KPLC?
Thank you, Madam. One, it was in the strategic plan. You see, for anything you have to plan. We planned that we need to migrate from manual to digital. And then a plan was drawn. Then we got the technical experts, because we were in a board whereby it was a company that does engineering. We had engineers and technical team for ICT, and then they draw a plan for what we need as a company on matters IT. And then we did also benchmarking to ensure that what we got is relevant to the company. After benchmarking, now we had even to ascertain the functionality of this technology. And the board approved. After approval, it was effective. And so you have to have a plan, and then as well a budget for the same, because you cannot procure without money. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. That's much more clear and better. Thank
Asante.
you very much. Wish you well.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus Spore, please.
Madam Apetet,
Yes, sir.
you served in you are serving the First Lady. Is it the First Lady of Kenya or the First Lady of Turkana?
First Lady of Kenya.
Okay, what role were you playing?
I was a Deputy Director of Programs.
Okay, so
Yes.
what programs were you running?
Okay, thank you. The office had the program of women economic empowerment, and the office also had the Department of environmental activities, and any other assignment given by the office.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, you also served at KPLC,
Yes, sir.
and panelist Misati asked whether there was any political hand that helped you secure any job in your life. You've said no. How did you get the job of KPLC director?
Okay, thank you, sir. And there is a provision that because for any job given, there is that docket of minority, and that brings us to the point of inclusion. And I want to appreciate Kenya as a nation. We've gone far. we've really transformed from big people, big tribes only, having positions. So my being in Kenya Power was as a result of a minority vote. And having come from Turkana County, where we have GDC as a project, therefore, now that it was within the energy sector, that is how I got. And every time there is a position in any office, the question that comes, who is within this area that suits this, within the tables of employment or getting jobs? So that is how, being a minority from an area that has a company that provides, is in the energy sector, that is how I survived and became the director, because the previous one was also from Turkana. So they say, let's have another Turkana lady serving this nation, not to serve Turkana, but for the betterment of this nation. And I did my best. I presented myself well, and we are good to go.
Thank you. And how do directors get elected in Kenya Power?
Thank you, sir. Once your names are presented, the shareholders do a voting, and also government is part of the shareholder. So I represented the government side. The shareholders have to vote, and the government gives an okay that according to the requirements that you qualify, Chapter 6, you are good to go, then you get the job. So it is by voting during an AGM. There's no interview done for board members, but for staff, there's an interview. It's the board who does the hiring and firing.
So looking back at the picking of a minority in Turkana County, did you apply for it? Did they ask for application?
For the position?
Yes, because among the many high population of Turkana County, did they ask for anyone to apply, or just presented your name?
Thank you, sir. Just as I presented that in positions where they don't do an interview, they even call your chief, they even call your DCC to ensure, do you have somebody who has gone to school or who is learned in your area who can serve in this capacity? And that's how some of us, our names came, because for one, sir, I'm the first one to get a degree in my village, the first one to get, as a lady, the first one to get a master's degree. So in every table of decision making, when it comes to Kapedo, my name will have to appear. That's why it's good to be empowered, to be knowledgeable, and to be that strong woman from the minority, so that when names are mentioned, your name can be in the table.
Thank you very much. You are lucky to have your name on the table. Now, let's go to Iebc. What strategies will you put in place to ensure that the election results are accurate and verifiable, and also trustworthy? Because as we speak, and as we've heard from many of the panelists and candidates who have come, that there is trust deficit among the Iebc as a commission. So what will you bring on board that will bring that trust out, that will make people now believe that whatever Iebc is doing is good for the country?
Thank you, sir. It's true that we need to present a credible and reliable election to Kenyans. There's a lot of mistrust, and some of the mistrust is propaganda in a way, others are true. And one, given a chance as a commission, you see, like, the population of Kenya is around 50, 55, 57, but the people who are registered are very few. So we need to start with voter education. We ensure we take education to the grassroots level. After voter education, we come to registration of voters. We tell them, let's come and register because it is your right. Without that vote, you cannot get what you want. You cannot get the credible and accurate information, election that you need. So by encouraging people, educating them on the need to have to be registered as a voter, and they need to know you their right as citizens, then we'll be able to advance to the next level, because it's about the lenses at which you see the situation. We'll also engage the stakeholders, the political parties, the parliament, all the stakeholders that are required, the security team, to ensure that we talk on a table. How shall we be able, as a commission, to present a credible election to Kenya? IEBC alone cannot do it. We need the entire stakeholder engagement, a vibrant one and a visible one. And using IT, I was looking at the Twitter account of IEBC Commission. It has 1 million following, but very few followers. That tells us something, that there's something that we need to do as a commission. Information has to go there. We need to be visible. Tell people about their right to vote, their right to register, and we'll have many following. And by them following us, they'll be able to know we are doing the right thing, we are doing the right process, and we'll start changing their mindset and attitude, because the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so he is. So when you think negative and you've not registered as a voter, you'll not be doing justice to the commission. So we'll do a lot of voter education, registration of voters, then we'll be on one table with everyone, and with the security team, everything will be guided, and we'll present a credible election.
Thank you, Chairman. All the best, Appetite.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Adam Solo. Please.
Thank you, Chair. Appetite Nashida.
Yes, sir.
You've just told my colleague Bore that you are at the table when history is finally written, and it's being written right now.
Yes, sir.
That your name will be on the table. And let me join my colleagues that Appetite Nashida, who comes from the volatile Kapedo in the Suguta Valley,
yes, sir,
is today in the news, and it's not about cattle rustling, it's not about displaced families, it's not about GSU being taken there, and we all know that part of the challenge there is conflict over resource.
yes, sir.
You are applying to a position in which there is usually conflict between Kenyans over national resource, because politics is who gets what, when, and how. Using your experience and the milestones that you have passed and become who you are from that volatile conflict, what would Appetite Nashida do to manage a situation where different political parties and politicians demand special treatment or favor in the electioneering process?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the compliments. One, I'd wish to appreciate being a Capedian and having gone through all the challenges. That has given me the grace to have resilience. Secondly, emotional stability. And in a scenario whereby there's conflict between politicians for favor, one, I'll be guided as a commissioner, because the act is so clear. You are not supposed to act in favor of a politician or having partisanship, being partisan. I'm supposed to act fairly, professionally, with integrity to the best interest of the commission and Kenyans at large. So compromise is no excuse. You need to be a woman or a man of integrity as a commission, because you have to be neutral and you don't take part in any side.
Thank you. My last question. Can you describe during your career a time when you had to be accountable for a tough decision that you made, and how did you handle public or stakeholder scrutiny?
Thank you, sir. And as previously said, there's one of the toughest that required a lot of stakeholder engagement, and it had a lot of conflict. One, because once you are told to resize an organization that has been there, being your first time in the board, and the condition is you have to resize. Therefore, what I did as a board member is we met as a committee. The board first approves that we need to pursue this because this is given. So we met as a committee of human resource. I was the chairperson. We engaged a lot of stakeholders, as I had said, sir. We ensured that we did consultation. We did a lot of consultation with the labor offices, with the Public Service Commission, with the executive, with the politicians within the assembly, to ensure that nobody will throw stones at us. Because once we fail to resize the organization, the funding from CRA will not come, and the MCAs will be on us. So we had to ensure that we do this. It is painful, it is tough, because sacking someone or removing someone from office is tough. They can come for you, being a political organization. But we were able to exercise a lot of emotional intelligence, and we had a lot of resilience because there were so many stones coming, but we remained professional in our dealings. We wrote letters. We had first meeting with the staff, second meeting with the staff, third meeting with the MCAs, and third meeting with the stakeholders, that is the Public Service Board. Us was legislative and the other one was public service. And we carried the process to the end. And in fact, Turkana County Assembly was one that when there's a forum for the legislative organizations, ours was given as a benchmarking because we were able to resize the organization to meet the requirements by CRA. And it was tough, but we went through it in a good way.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have a final 2 questions?
Sure, Chair. When history is finally written, I'm sure the people of Turkana, the girl child in Turkana, and the public at large in Kenya will read about Jane Apotet Nashida.
Yes, sir.
That's the same way that when you go to the coastal area of Kenya and you go to the nationalist movement and you go to the freedom fighting, there's a woman whom we talk of today for fighting the colonialist.
Yes, sir.
Who is she?
She's Kitili.
Okay.
Yes.
My second question
Yes, sir.
is, which is the body, what's the name of the body that East African countries have integrated into as a bloc, and how many members does it have?
Thank you, sir. It's East African Community, but members, for sure.
Thank you, Chair.
You can count with your fingers.
Okay. There is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Burundi, and the recent was Somalia.
Thank you.
Okay.
No leakage.
Rwanda, sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Madam Apetit Nashida sounds like a Japanese name.
Sure.
We have enjoyed the discussion with you.
Thank you, sir.
And presume that Kenyans have followed, and they are glad that you are included on the list. Do you have any question for us or any comment, kindly?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a question, but I would wish to appreciate this board for this time. And it's my prayer when the table is ready, I'll be among those in the role. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Amen. Thank
Amen.
you very much. Remember to pick your certificates at the
Thank
door. And the notebook and the pen are yours.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And the water.
Asante.
Asante. Thank you. Bring us the next candidate, please. Sit to what you like. You have a pen and a paper and some water. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position we advertised for member of IEBC Commission. Congratulations for bringing stakeholders. I can see you have some stakeholders behind there. I hope that you still hear them when they are cheering you on.
Yes.
And just have a good time. This is an interaction with you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm Nelson Makanda. I suspect it's not the first time you're hearing my name. You have heard it before. But we will introduce you ourselves again so that you can remember the names. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Jane.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I serve this panel as a Vice Chair. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Madam Jane, karibu.
Asante sana.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi.
Nashukuru.
Asante.
Ms. Kitonga, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Pleasure to meet you.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jane. It's nice to see you again.
Yes.
My name is Nicodemus Bore.
Thank
Karibu
you.
sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Tonga.
Good afternoon.
This is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Gitonga.
Good afternoon.
Na karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jane.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evan Simisati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
Now, Jen, we come to you, and we would like you to introduce yourself. Tell us why you think you're the best candidate for this position.
All right.
And mention if you have any awards or a member of a professional group, and any highlights that you think are relevant for us within 5 or so minutes, please.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I want to take this opportunity to appreciate this great panel for according me this opportunity to present myself before you. My name is Jane Gitonga,
I am currently employed by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. My workstation currently is in Kirinyaga, and my position is County Elections Manager. In terms of academic qualifications, I hold a Bachelor's of Education degree in Education and a Master's of Arts in Communications from Daystar University. And I did say that the degree is from Moi University. I'm also a professional member of PRSK, and in terms of, I've proceeded to supplement the academic qualifications with other professional trainings that I've had in strategic leadership, organizational management, in leadership, women in leadership, youth, among others. I will proceed to give my career journey in short. I began my career as an employee of the Teachers Service Commission. Then, early days in my career, I was posted to teach in a high school, and I was able to teach in 4 different high schools in Nyeri, Meru, Mombasa, and Kiambu. But of import, Chair, is during this time, I developed wings. I felt that I needed to do much more than what I did within the classroom. And so, Chair, I developed programs. The first one was with the UNHCR. We would get expatriates coming to Kenya, but could not speak Kiswahili, nor could they understand our culture. And so I developed IEC materials and content, and I developed a program for acclimatizing them in matters culture, Kenya, and Africa. That opened a door for me, and I proceeded to work with the Finnish Development Agency as well. And all this time, it's part-time, weekends, in the evenings, because I felt I had much more to give than being in the classroom by then. So the Finnish again opened another door for me, and I worked for IOM in the same sector of expatriates, nurturing them to understand Kenya and learning our language. These 3 organizations gave me a platform to do customer advisories for Safaricom. Chair, most of the advisories you see in Kiswahili, bonyeza moja, bonyeza mbili, I am proud to say that I was part of that team that actually facilitated the translations of those customer advisory services. Yeah, that is part of the voiceovers that we actually did. Then, still within the same environment, my talent was discovered, and I began a part-time continuity job with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. If you recall, those early days when Hansard was not Hansard, we would have a program that was called Leo Katika Bunge. And it is this that actually made me discover my true north, that I am called to the sector of leadership and governance. And so while there, I was able to attend Daystar to do my master's, and I expanded my portfolio within the Daystar University. And I remember there was an advert on paper that said that we are calling for people to give us thoughts on how we can do voter education. Then it was IIEC. So I put in my application. And Chair, that's how my journey in Iebc began. In Iebc, I began as a research assistant. Here, what we did a lot of table research to actually inform policy. We also did a lot of monitoring for by-elections, and most of the things that you see today in the polling station were developed then. And so I was able to develop skill sets on policy design at that level. And it's because of that that the bosses found me fit to actually sit in the CEO's office as the manager of the CEO office and doubling up as his PA. This is what actually motivated me to really apply for this job. Chair, in my 4.5 years in this office, I sat in literally every committee on behalf of my boss, commissions, committees. I supported administratively at the board level. I supported my boss to keep plenary minutes and derive the decisions and follow them up with the secretariat or the larger top management. And then at that particular office, I did several things. One, finance has always been a challenge, and it was a challenge. And I approached my bosses then, and I told them I have a plan. Why can't we be meeting with Parliament in our boardroom, the budget committee, where we can speak and they can understand our issues? And my boss said, Jane, can you convince them? I told them yes. And Chair, that was a moment of pride, that every Thursday, the chairperson and the CEO would meet with the chair of budget committee to quite help him understand what are these things we are grappling with, so that by the time we are going to Parliament, there is a clear understanding of what we want to achieve. Another thing that I achieved while I was in that office is I discovered the field was not quite connected with the headquarters. And today, Chair, if you go to Iebc, you'll find telephone conference calls stationed in every office. So every Tuesday, Chair, the CEO would cut the bureaucracy and engage with the county elections. Then they were called RECs, Regional Elections Coordinators. That was a big success because issues were resolved as and when they arose. Again, I established a Kamukunji. You see, the commission never has chance to actually meet with the secretariat. And for you to develop goodwill, for the secretariat to understand your heartbeat as a commission, you need to be in an informal sector. And so I established something called Chairman's Kamukunji. I think I benchmarked with Parliament. So chairman would come and have an easy time with tea, just with staff, to talk, to understand. And I can tell you, at that particular level, issues were resolved. He was able to understand the psyche behind the secretariat behaving in some way, and the secretariat would understand where the commission is actually coming from. And I think that really helped the secretariat and the commission to really gel at that particular time. Challenges notwithstanding, I was able to pick many lessons, which, if granted a chance, I would apply as a commissioner. Then we got a new CEO. I was able to be his PA as well, but then they felt that I was very gifted in resource mobilization. And so they told me, Jane, go and support us in partnerships. So I was deployed to the partnerships office. And at partnerships office, I was able to coordinate many donor agreements, which I have shown in my CV. And 2017, I must say we were funded so well because I reached out to donors, I reached out to regional blocks, which sadly we no longer engage, and given a chance, Chair, to come back into that portfolio as a commissioner, I would like to revive these engagements. Why is it that African Union only funds SADC and ECOWAS countries and not East Africa? It's because we haven't reached out to them in matters elections. Why is it that other regional conventions, they are so big in matters? So given a chance, Chair, I would really want to establish these partnerships one more time. But what exactly did I achieve at partnerships? One, I did a partnerships policy. I reached out to Strathmore University and I told them I would like us to strengthen our engagement with our stakeholders. And I know you ran a lesson on leadership, policy, and management. Can you come and help us? And so we worked out and we developed one. Of course, those are many years now, and a lot of improvement have also been done on the same documents. Secondly, Chair.
I want to move you to what you're doing currently because of time.
All right.
Yes, yes, yes.
Currently, I'm the County Elections Manager of Kirinyaga County. And I went there because we had 4 great ladies. And the commission, in their own wisdom, felt that I would be able to manage them. There was a running deputy president, a governor, 2 great ladies. So there was a lot of, it was a political hotbed. And so I'm glad that I walked the journey with these great ladies. And Kirinyaga actually ended up being very peaceful. The rest is in my CV, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Jane, I have gone through your documents, and it's a wealth of experience, and I would like to commend you for what you have done, even from your own introductory submissions. Now, you work as a county elections manager.
Correct.
In Kirinyaga.
Yes.
Is it right to say that you also conducted the elections in the year 2022?
Correct.
What was your experience during that time?
Wow, Kirinyaga was a hotbed, Chair. Sadly, because of the pressure, I lost the staff.
Just remember that you would need to go back there.
Oh. Yes.
You say that it was calling as a hotbed.
Yes.
Proceed.
But that notwithstanding, one of the things I learned is perception is a very powerful barrier to democracy. Because upon arrival, the first question I was asked is, who sent you? Of course, we had to sit down. And one of the things I did, I called every individual candidate in the office, and I took them through to understand who is Jane Gitonga. What are my principles? What will help me in administrating over these elections? And Chair, if you ask any one of them today, they will give you the rating. I was so personal with every one of them and preparing them to do and to prepare their documents very well, both independent and those that belonged to the party. But there was chaos in the tail end. We lost phones. Our computers were broken and stolen. Somebody was slashed with a panga at the tallying center. I personally, the county commissioner, had to hide me personally because of the high politics that was there. And that gave me a window on what really needs to be done to the staff at the field. Because the contestation is too hot and the mistrust is too high that even they track you, Chair. Even when you're in the small room, they have apps. The candidates will track you and tell you, hey, call your so-and-so, he's already here. And so my experience was I was stretched, high pressure, but high results and credible process is what I would say in summary.
And now that you're here interviewing for commissioner, what will you do or what skills will you employ to change the situation that you experienced come 2027 if you're lucky enough to be taken up as a commissioner?
Thank you for that question. What I would want to strengthen is candidates' engagement. Because if they don't understand a process and peradventure there's a delay in something, perceptions, misinformation, disinformation begins. So what I would do is strengthen candidates' relations and engagement early enough. 2, ensure that they are, because I've also learned in terms of hierarchy, that those who are like-minded can be engaged in that space so that they will feel appreciated and they will feel understood. So in terms of candidate engagement, I will develop a guide to actually tell them a step-by-step process that upon registration as a candidate, the following things is what you must expect from IEBC. That gives clarity. The second thing I would do is to equip them with skills on campaign management. You will actually find during campaigns that there's a clash on campaign schedules, especially if a big candidate, in quotes, comes, then the other candidates who are vying for the smaller offices are thrown out, and that brings a lot of tension on the ground. So that is one thing I'd also do, campaign management. And we develop a form. In the code of conduct, we would strengthen that aspect of campaign management, specifically specific to a county, that we can have 2 or 3 lines that can actually address, because sometimes the code of conduct can be a bit generic, because some things that we face on the ground are totally different. So if that can be done, that would really be good. Then thirdly, what I would do different is to work with the security sector across the electoral cycle. From as early as now, we don't need to engage them at that time. Let them understand the process and understand that we need to give candidates access to, or voters access to exercise their universal suffrage. Those 3 things, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Caro, I want to ask you to engage Ms. Gitonga, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Gitonga, I'm curious to find out, were there elections petitions in Kirinyaga?
There was a potential of one at the gubernatorial, but it's because of what I'm talking about, perception. Yes, we went to court one day, but we were able to resolve outside court.
Okay, so it was never taken to its logical conclusion?
No.
All right, then let's come back to the national level.
Yes.
There was a presidential petition,
right,
arising similarly to the same elections that you conducted, yes, in 2022. So in the event, there are circumstances, sorry, let me paraphrase it. There are circumstances in law that demand a fresh presidential elections following a general elections. Would you please tell us which are these circumstances and when do they arise?
Yeah, a fresh presidential election is different from a repeat election. This would arise when we don't have a clear winner. We have gone to elections and people don't meet the 50+1 threshold. And so when there is no 50+1, usually we take the first and second runners-up and we conduct fresh presidential elections. Yes.
Any other condition that can trigger?
My memory doesn't serve me right, but maybe through a court decision, yeah, if there was issues with perhaps integrity in the manner in which elections were conducted.
What is the mandate of the IBC insofar as the conduct of the fresh elections is concerned?
The mandate of the IBC is within 60 days, they must actually run the election in the same format in all polling stations. Basically, it's an election like any other. So you oversight, you'll also conduct voter education, and as well as basically train the polling officials to undertake the same election. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. I come to CS Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Dr. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Gitonga, after registration of voters,
Right.
what does the IEBC do to make sure that the voters register is accurate?
Once the registration period is closed, the whole register is consolidated. And the first step that we do is to partner with the registration of persons to remove dead voters, and also something we call deduplication.
No. Before that?
Before that?
Yes.
Upon closure of the voters register?
Yes.
There must be a gazettement that we have closed the registration process, because the processes I'm talking about are the ones that actually take place so that we can invite voters to verify and inspect much later. But at the national level, once the register is closed, we do something we call uploading through the server. It goes to the national roll, the national register, and then deduplication is done, where you remove dead voters, those who have double registration, and issues to do with the IDs. And then we shall open it up again to the public to verify and inspect. And also an audit will be conducted by an independent firm to actually assure the public that the register is credible.
Very good. Now, after all that, let's say I come inspect and I find that my particulars are not accurately captured.
Right.
What do you do?
Once I discover as a voter that your particulars are erroneous, we shall give you a claim form. In the claim form, we shall actually specify what exactly is the issue. Is it the name, or is it the polling station? And then we send that detail to the national office where it is updated.
And lastly, when during the on the election day,
Right.
what kind of registers are used?
Yes, the register has 4 formats. We have the polling station, we have the ward, we have constituency, and the master roll, which we call the national register. But they are all referred in one term in law as the register of voters.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Jane, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would like to ask FCP Interviewee to also engage you with some questions.
Asante, Chair. Naona Jane we ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili.
Kabisa.
Na pongezi. I'm wondering, is IBC making use of your skills, experience? Because I've just looked at your CV, also your certificates. Are you there to utilize your skills, expertise, or it's just a job for you?
Thank you for that question. One, I serve IBC out of a passion and purpose. I desire to serve the nation as a call to duty. In terms of utilizing my skills, as you will see in my CV, I have a way of still serving IBC, but in a capacity that I'll still achieve the same results. And it is true, being in the field, there's some limitation. Yeah, you can't quite utilize your skills and talents, but yet that does not say you cannot use them. And so that's why in my CV you will see I realized there's a challenge with women candidates, and I established a peer conference in US, which is now an annual event. It's one of the things that give me a lot of pleasure, that we take women who aspire to be in the political realm and take them to meet with counterparts from elsewhere to just exchange. How do you fundraise for a campaign? How do you prepare a campaign strategy? And they are able to visit political parties, different political parties. And
I think that's okay. That's
Yes.
enough. But more so, like now you're in Kirinyaga, and I'm wondering how this can help you. But let's move to your opening remarks.
Right.
You told us that you are sitting at every meeting at IBC, CEO's meeting, and you are taking minutes
Right.
of the plenary.
Commissions committees.
It's commission committees,
Yes.
not the plenary.
Plenary is once in a while.
Okay.
For example, we've gone out for a workshop, and my boss would ask me in so that I capture his main issues that he needs to undertake. And there was consensus, but not always.
Not always.
Yeah, not always.
Who are the secretaries, the committees of the commission?
Directors.
The directors.
Yes.
So at that point, were you a director?
I was a manager. However, my boss would send me to represent him so that I'm able to capture the issues and we can follow up as an office.
Who was your boss now? Because you told us you are sitting in the office of the CEO.
Yes.
So, meaning CEO is who was your boss? Is it a director or a CEO?
The CEO.
So the CEO would still send you to sit in a committee meeting where there is a director
Yes.
who is the substantive secretary of the committee.
Mine was administrative, and I was like an ex-official. I didn't participate in the discussion. My role there was purely administrative, to capture the decisions that really needed fast tracking from the CEO's office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the responsibilities of the CEO's office,
Right.
vis-a-vis now that you are looking for a position of a commissioner, and having served at the CEO's office, and appreciating also the challenges and what we've always known in terms of governance of IEBC, at the commission level, at the chairman's level, and at the secretariat level. What different thing that you will do to ensure that there is harmony in the governance of the commission?
Right.
Yes.
Allow me provide context, Chair. Usually when a commission comes to office, they meet a secretariat that is so well versed with matters elections. And so here is a dichotomy. These are leaders who have come to lead leaders. So they're leaders by virtue of their authority, but again, they forget, sorry for using that word, or maybe they're not conscious that they are coming to experts who have been in the field of elections for more than 10 and now 15 years for the incoming team. So one of the things they must do, and if I am privileged to enter into that space, I would perhaps share with my team, is when it comes to a technical area in matters elections, partner with the secretariat. When it comes to issues to do with operations, oversight at that committee level. But sometimes when you don't know, please learn, be in the process of a lifelong learner. And those are the 3 items from what I have learned from experience. They forget they're coming to lead leaders, and these are experts in elections, so they must learn when to partner, they must learn when to oversight, and they must learn when to be taught, but also synergize from the contexts that they are coming from. If that is done, I don't see why we would actually have issues in the commission.
Now you've told us what the commissioners need to learn. So what does the secretariat need to learn
Yes.
when they receive 7 new commissioners at IEBC?
Right. They need to learn, one, these are leaders with legal power to actually run.
Noting that you will now be
Yes.
the commissioner,
Yes.
so what does the secretariat need to learn about the role of commissioners?
I think there must be an understanding in IBC Act, Section 11, that the commissioners have come specifically to do 3 things: policy, strategy, and oversight. And that needs to be unpacked and aligned to the core values of the commission. If we say adherence to the law, and you have brought a proposal as a secretariat, then they must understand the commission will only approve a proposal if it is in tandem with the law. Again, if you say your core value is in inclusivity, that must be demonstrated, and that's the work of the commission. So secretariat must learn to be humble as well, and to admit and to be magnanimous enough to be able to, bring the commissions up to speed to understand those things that they think they're experts in, so that there is synergy at that. But all requires training, because if you don't train this secretariat on how to handle the commission, then there will be a communication breakdown. So that is something that has not happened. Personally, I've never been trained, but I think it's something we can strengthen to understand the role of the commission, to understand how to manage the commission and to work with them cordially and to give them the respect that they so deserve, even in spaces that they have not done before.
Sorry, Chair. If elections are bungled, who takes the blame?
The commission.
And who is the commission?
Of course, the chair has sole authority because he's the returning officer at that particular level for matters, the presidential election, but the commission has the mandate. They swore and took an oath of office to undertake Article 88 in totality. So the commission takes the blame. But we hope, Chair, that they won't be bungled. But if that would happen, then the commission takes sole responsibility.
And in this case, who is the commission? From what you're explaining, who is that commission?
What I don't like calling it a board, but basically the incoming team of 7, because the secretariat's work is only to implement the decisions of the commission.
Thank you, Chair, and I wish you well, Jane.
Thank you.
Asante.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Jane.
Yes.
I'm sure you have interacted with the political parties and the Secretariat and the Commission, and you know what was happening.
Yes.
Remember the meetings in Hilton? Hilton or Grand Regions?
Grand Regency, yes.
Where we could see that the Commission and the Secretariat were not reading from the same page. I now see where the problem is. And having worked with as a chair of the PPLC, having worked with the previous commissioners and the Secretariat, this perception that the Secretariat, you have worked there for those 15 years, you have experience, and then now these people are coming, they are new, what are you going to tell us? I think that's where the rain starts beating us. Now, you have yourself said that when the commissioners come, they find the experts. And as human beings, you see the body language. The way you receive me with the notion that you know it all. So when I'm coming in and the boss has come in, bad blood starts from the word go. So if there is a way we can address that, that will solve a lot of problems. That is from where I stand. But in your own words, how do you think we can do things differently if we expect a change in the way things are done? Because particularly, and I've raised this in the previous candidates,
Right.
the issue of induction.
Right.
What role does the current secretariat play during the induction of the new commissioners?
Wow, yeah, that's a very great question. Induction really needs a recalibration in the commission, because this is where you develop norms of engagement. This is where you are clear about expectations of the commission, because when that understanding misses, that's where things go wrong. And I think the induction usually is a lot of technical stuff. I've been privy to most of the inductions. A lot of technical stuff is given, but the soft things that affect relations are not touched. And if I would perhaps recommend, those are the things we really need to give weight going forward, because we are an expert model commission. Then it means, in terms of technical know-how, the commission will, within time, they will actually catch up and they'll be at par. But relations management is so key. And one person who has the greatest sway in this is the head of the secretariat. So if he is brought into that space to understand and to communicate to the secretariat, then that would be a win-win.
Thanks so much. We are doing these interviews and Kenyans are watching.
Right.
Kenyans are counting. I'm sure Kenyans have counted quite a number of senior staff in IPC who have been interviewed.
Correct.
Is it an issue of job satisfaction, or why do we have such a number of people now want to move to be commissioners? And how will that affect
Yes.
the relationship now that you are where you are working now?
Yes.
You have people you are reporting to.
Yes.
If you become a commissioner,
Right.
they'll be reporting to you. So answer those two questions: whether the issue of job satisfaction, the number of applicants from the secretariat,
Yes.
and what will happen if you get an opportunity and you are now the commissioner. How will that relationship be?
Yes and no. In what you have said, it could be yes, in terms of we all share in the aspirations of every other leader in Kenya to ascend into the places of leadership. So for that reason, what you have stated is correct. But deeper, this pursuit is underpinned by three things. One, ability to bring efficiency, because you have the technical knowledge. You have no need of a learning curve, so you will deliver on the spot. Number two, we have picked lessons. We have learned, and so we want to actually apply these lessons at that policy level. Yes.
So much, but somebody will say, are you better in a team where you are behind the scene, or you want to put yourself in the firing line? Given that you have a very good experience and you are going to do this, so why do you want to go to the firing line, yet you can play your role in the background?
Thank you for that. I know I have competencies that would actually bring a lot of impact, not just to the secretariat, but also to the stakeholders that we serve. I am adept at communications, stakeholder management. I would really want to see, and I benchmark with one of the big organizations that we have in Kenya, like Safaricom. If you send money in a wrong place, you don't need to see the boss. You actually need to call customer care. That is the responsiveness, if given a chance, I would like us to have as a commission. So that's, to answer your question, It's about bringing impact, it's about bringing efficiency, and it's about applying the competencies that we have to actually better the commission and to brand it as a great EMB, not just in Kenya, but Africa.
Thanks so much, Jane. I wish you well.
Asante.
And all the best.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Yetonga,
Yes,
your home county is Mombasa?
that's where I was born and schooled. Of course, now I have a family. I live around Nairobi.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you are to become a commissioner,
Right.
what are your thoughts around IEBC's engagement with voters and political parties in terms of data protection, or rather handling the data securely and transparently while complying with the Data Protection Act?
Okay. Thank you for that question. The first thing that one, as a commission, we have identified is what kind of data do we hold? The kind of data we hold, one, is personal particulars of voters, as can be derived from the registration documents, and then candidates' personal details, including their certificates, including some banks. And so once we identify the types of data that we have, we develop protocols of accessing, because we have to balance Article 35, access to information, and the Data Protection Act as well. So we have developed protocols. For instance, for data on candidates, when we go to print ballot papers, we must have one of our officers there to ensure that those plates, once the last ballot paper is printed, we burn and destroy them so that no data is left in a foreign country. In terms of the voter registrar as a data, we have put in access passwords, like two-step verification. We have also authorized, we have specific people who are authorized who can actually access that register of voters. And so even as we engage, one of the perhaps reform we would bring during registration is to tell the voter, we would like your personal details. Are you giving us permission to actually capture your detail? That's a reform area, because if you look at Form A, it's not there. So as you come to register, we must put that rider on top and say, do you give us permission to take your particulars and to hold your data, so that we comply with the Data Protection Act? Yes.
Thank you. Another question comes from an experience that we had. I was sitting at the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal.
Right.
And at times, some of the cases that came to our bench included people who were removed, whose names were changed or details were changed from the political parties list at the IEBC level.
Party lists?
Yes.
Okay.
At times, maybe information would be sent. The complete information is lacking. Then IEBC would request for the missing information, but the information sent is different information from the information that was originally there.
Okay.
How does this happen, and how would you mitigate around this? Because this involves the lives of people.
Right.
At times, violence can emanate from that.
Right.
And if something is done properly, then also the dispute levels will go down.
Okay.
What insights do you have on this? It might not necessarily have an immediate answer, but what are your thoughts around this?
My thoughts would be, we must deal with this data the way we do election results. That when I bring to the returning officer, there's a form I sign. Taking over, handing over, taking over. And you specify exactly that I have given you this list and you actually sign. I keep my copy and you keep yours. Perhaps that's a reform area that we would need to institute. If it is digitally given, it must have a timestamp and a receipt stamp digitally so that we can track who received, when, and is it the same data that we actually shared. So processes of verification and audit that can be mainstreamed within sharing of the party list to avoid the scenario you've spoken about, but yeah, that's what I would say, since I've not been part of this, but that's what I would institute.
And include a lot focus on also those recommendations that are made by the tribunal.
Thank you.
Specifically meant for IEBC.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Nicodemus to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jane, for the good work you have been doing. Now, we look at you as a teacher. Is there a way in which we can be able to instill discipline on election through the education system?
Yes, actually there's a program, and I was privileged to work with the KICD in the Social Studies Committee to embed elections into the CBC curriculum. So as we speak currently, it is happening. And that is why you see IEBC conducting elections in schools, primary, secondary, and even universities. So yes, we can instill. Actually, let me just off the cuff, 2 weeks ago I conducted an election of a primary school. And one of the boys, class 3, they said, Madam Jane, tukitaka kuimpeach huyu tumechagua, mutakuja kufanya uchaguzi tena. So actually, awareness is happening at that school level. So in terms of discipline, you know, values are caught, they're never taught. They have to catch the values. So with progress, I believe we shall be there.
In one of during a discussion with one of the panelists, Misati, you talked about the trust issues.
Yeah.
And having worked at IEBC, and now you need to move to the next level of oversight for the Secretariat.
Right.
Where do you think the trust issues emanate from?
It's a complex of many processes. One is how we conduct ourselves as IEBC. When we speak, when we act, when we talk, do we inspire confidence or trust? That's one. Number two, trust comes when a voter comes or the public comes. Do they find competence in you to trust that you can manage the process competently and adequately? If not, trust comes in. Thirdly, we don't respond. We are not in the digital space. You see, misinformation and disinformation is so rampant. And if we don't become responsive, then it carries the day. Then fourthly, of course, is what we reveal in the public, as it is now in the public domain, where we faced challenges at that high level. And if that is not contained internally, then people say you're the people we are looking up to. So trust is a very fragile thing. It can be broken at whatever stage. So those are the four things. And of course, when we don't involve stakeholders. Let me give you an example. You will recall the ICT technology regulations had something just before it was declared unconstitutional, a technical committee that was supposed to actually work with the Iebc to develop specs for technology. I recall a lot of work was done then, and now that it was declared unconstitutional, the issue would be, what else do we do to ensure that the processes that we are bringing have captured the trust of the very people that we serve? And I think in somewhat we have to involve the public in many processes that we do. And you will recall the Grand Regency meeting. When we are doing the strategic plan, we really need to work with PPLC. We really need to work with our stakeholders, duty bearers. But I think we need to strengthen that particular area. Yeah, so that we don't ambush people with programs.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you, Chairman.
Professor Adam Solo, please.
Jane Chege Gitonga.
Yes.
First, I must acknowledge that you are practicing your profession. We are in an age of multidisciplinary. But I must say that personally, I'm impressed with your communication skills. That is a degree. And that's where I want to start. You made a statement that before Hansard was Hansard. You know, you have two types of parliamentarians. The one who is elected and the one who practitioner, the secretariat. We have the Parliamentary Service Commission as our secretariat. I'm sure they might live here with a bad taste in their mouth. Did you mean when there was no live coverage?
Yes.
Or did you mean when Hansard was not Hansard?
Okay, if you, then I think there was no live coverage. That's one, Professor. And secondly, not many people are able to access Hansard. And so the Broadcasting Corporation speaks to the masses on what really transpired in Parliament to ensure that their civic awareness is an all-time high. But talking to your question,
you see,
yes.
When you say Hansard was not Hansard because people could not access it, they still can't access it easily. I don't think it's something that you can access through social media and all that. It's so bulky.
Right.
The reason why I'm saying that is I've done studies on Parliament.
Okay.
And I go to libraries.
Yes.
And I get the Hansards of East African Legicop of the 1920s. So I was just giving you an opportunity to correct.
Thank you. I withdraw. I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
I'm corrected, yes.
Now let me go to my main question.
Right.
Elections must be open and credible.
Right.
How would Jen Chege-Gitonga, if she became a commissioner, ensure transparency as an Iebc commissioner and coming from a media background?
Right. One of the things if I am granted the chance to join the team of the commission, openness means many things to many people. If you go to PPLC, openness means that when you're doing the strategic plan, involve us. That when you're developing the EOP, the electoral operational plan, involve us. When you go to Wanjiko, openness means we saw that you flagged a budget of X amount. Where are you taking this money? You see, they want that kind of information, a budget analysis, to be able to understand where is this money going. So I will deploy different strategies for different people. The first thing I would do is map my stakeholders and identify their needs of openness. When it comes to Parliament, their needs of openness is about why is the cost of election increasing and not decreasing. That may not necessarily be a pain point to another stakeholder. So map, identify their openness or communication needs, and then thirdly, once you identify, put in structures and systems of engaging, either by way of standing committees where you meet on a monthly basis, or digital spaces where you go and do digital democracy, or just write-ups. I can use an example in Uasin Gishu. When I was sent there, I was very new and we were undertaking voter registration. I needed to update the leadership of the area, yet we had not met. So it was arriving and doing voter registration. So what I did, I went to the county government and I got access to all their emails. Every Friday, I would do a write-up and tell them, today we are in this market, we have registered this number of people, and we need you to know that we are facing challenges in universities, in students, access, and etc. And they responded. I'm actually very glad to say Uasin Gishu was top in matters voter registration, because I identified who my stakeholders are, and I identified what needs they needed, and I identified strategies on how to overcome those particular issues of openness.
One of the skills you have talked about that you would bring to Iebc is communication.
Correct.
Jane Chege Gitonga becomes a commissioner. How would you respond if the public accuse the Iebc of bias in an election that you oversaw? What steps would you take to rebuild trust?
All right. The first thing as a communicator you do is to get their understanding of the word bias. Do they mean that we favored one candidate over another? Do they mean that we did not conduct ourselves professionally and ethically? So once there is clarity, then proceed to make communication to address each and every specific issue. Use facts, use data, use evidence to actually say this is the status. But where we are wrong, we must be humble enough to actually accept and say, we admit, yes, this we did not do very well, but we shall correct, we have heard you, and we shall implement what you have said. But more specifically, we must return back to them with evidence that indeed we corrected the error.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Jane was a high school teacher, so let's see how that goes.
Jane, we usually have the segment that the chairman calls high school questions.
All right.
In fact, when you entered here, you looked familiar, and I was wondering,
Yes, we have.
where have I seen her? Then when you talked of the adverts, I said, maybe the adverts. Then when I had KBC, I said, but I'm still not sure. But
Yes.
either way,
All
we must have met. And that's why I want to take you, your familiar territory.
Right.
In fact, when panelist Fatuma said that you are Mombasa, I nearly withdrew the question I was going to ask you. But let me just ask it anyway.
Yes, yes.
One of the most popular KBC presenters, the late Leonard Mambo Mbotela, had a very popular Swahili program. What was that program called?
Yes, Jeho Nyungwana.
Very well. I can see your teacher bit that the chair is talking about. I'll stay on that, but globally now.
Yes.
There's a US president
Right.
who was known as the Great Communicator. That's the title he went, that's the way he was labeled. He was once an actor, he became a governor before becoming a president. I've given you enough leakage.
Was it Franklin Roosevelt?
Thank you, Chair.
Well, today now I know who to blame about this lady who speaks in my phone, the other side when I'm not able to pick it. Now that we have learned so much from you, do you still have any question for us or any comment?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Maybe not to be answered now, just food for thought. Chair, the role of the Commission is one of the roles that really define the destiny of our country called Kenya. And I've been thinking, for a long time, we have looked at the exit of commissioners. Peradventure, for one reason or another, the returning officer is not able, for one reason or another, to announce results. Where would that leave us as a country? This other arm just walking away, fine, we still have our RO in place. And as this committee concludes its work, perhaps that's something that in your report you could throw it to Parliament to just think. Peradventure, he decides that, or maybe by, maybe it could be sickness or one thing or another, he's not in a position to announce results. Where does that leave us as a country? I mean, you may not have the answer now. Secondly, the role of a commission is one that is so delicate. It requires character of strength, courage, resilience, emotional intelligence, and at where we are now as a country, we need commissioners who cannot be bullish, but responsive, who can engage, who can listen, so that they work with people, the sovereign of the country, to actually deliver elections. And Chair, mine is to wish this team very well, because the decisions you make affect the destiny of our country. And I wish you wisdom, courage. And there's a book I have always read, Profiles of Courage. I don't know whether you have read it, written by presidents who made very hard decisions when everybody else was going downstream and they went upstream. I see this situation in this committee. Profiles in Courage is a book that will really define this great panel. And I wish you all the best, and I hope that I find favor with this great team, and that we can be able to shape the destiny of Kenya together. Thank you so much. Asante.
Na huo ni wasia wa Jane Kitonga.
Asante.
Tunashukuru sana.
Thank you.
Utachukua certificates wanahitaji kwa Kiswahili sasa. Vyeti ama stakabadhi. Pale kwa mlango, na tumefurahia sana. Thank you. We have enjoyed our time with you. We wish you well and blessings. And members of the gallery, thank you for coming. Asante, please.
Thank you so much.
You may also exit. Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you. Okay, media, we will break now. We'll be back at 3. It is 13:47. So we'll take 1 hour, 13 minutes, and we'll be back at 3 to take 2 candidates. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Asante.
for A-levels in Kagumo School in Nyeri, after which I qualified to go to the University of Nairobi. And I studied in the University of Nairobi. And while I was working, I studied for my master's degree at the United States International University, Nairobi campus. I'd like to mention that although I joined USIU in 1989, I did not graduate until 1994 because for 3 years, I had to go out of the country on an international assignment with the United Nations between 1991 and 1993. So that is why you see that although I joined in 1989, I only qualified I graduated in 1994. Allow me now to talk about my employment. Although this is not in my CV, after I left my A-levels, I worked as an untrained teacher in one of the secondary schools in Kirinyaga called Career Secondary School. And after working in Career Secondary School, then I joined the university in October of 1977. And then after finishing university, I joined the government of Kenya, the Ministry of Commerce, as a trade development officer. Initially, I worked in Nairobi, after which I was sent to Kitui as the district trade officer in Kitui. I left government in 1985 to join the United Nations as a national professional. I worked as a national professional for 5 years, after which I was given an international appointment as what we call an expert. And you see it in my UN passport, which I have attached to my documents. I went to Sudan the northern part of Sudan in 1991, March. And I worked there and came back to Kenya in end of 1993. After coming back to Kenya, I initially worked in my own consultancy firm because we were brought into Kenya as a group of Kenyans that were being encouraged. There was a program to bring Kenyans working abroad to start similar initiatives, support mainly to small businesses. And when I came, I started that consultancy. And I did some work mainly in Kenya and Uganda in the region, and we had also a major project in Somalia, funded by the European Union. As a consultant, I started working also. I also worked with the European Union and was supporting one of the big programs in Kenya called Microenterprises Support Program at that time. And it is when one of the expatriate staff left that they asked me to join, and I joined them in the year 2001 as a manager, after which that program was converted into a Kenyan trust. And when they advertised for the job of the CEO, I was the first, I got the job as a first CEO of the trust fund in the year 2003. And I worked there for 12 years and retired at the age of 58 in the year 2015. Immediately after retiring, I was called by the FAO of the United Nations to go to Zimbabwe to lead a technical assistant mission in 2015 and 2016, where they were establishing a similar institution to the one that I was leading here in Kenya. Came back to Kenya in the year 2017, started doing various things, particularly supporting family businesses. And then in 2018, Mr. Chairman, I was appointed as the Africa Regional Director by a British international NGO called Energy for Impact, with presence in 12 African countries and offices in five countries. As the Regional Director of the institution, I managed the countries in Africa. And then at the end of that year, because of course they were having financial difficulties, so I had to leave. And then in the year 2019, and 2020, I was mainly supporting one of the microfinance institutions that we had started. I was supporting the shareholders in selling it off to another institution here in Kenya. After which, in the year 2022, I joined the judiciary as a member of the Tax Appeals Tribunal, and that is where I am now, a full-time employee of the judiciary as a member of the Tax Appeals Tribunal. And Mr. Chairman, amongst the documents I've given is a recommendation from my immediate supervisor. Chairman, I would like to just talk now about my leadership, management and leadership, which is the last part, is that I have been a leader since I was a prefect in high school. You'll see my school leaving certificate, which is attached to my documents. When I was in secondary school, I was a prefect and a member of a number of clubs. Same thing in Kagumo School. And you see a letter from the University of Nairobi, where I was the chairman of Hall 10, Dag Hammarskjöld Hall in the University of Nairobi. I was also the captain of the university athletics team. And then, of course, in all the jobs that I have held, I have held leadership roles. I have also played major roles as a chair of various institutions. I have been the chairman of the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Kenya, and I have had a lot of experience in the area of management, having been the CEO and holding various positions in the organizations. Thank you. Now, in regard to this job, I wish to bring my management skills, leadership and governance skills into the IEBC. And I also want to bring the dispute resolution skills I've acquired in the judiciary to this institution to be able to enhance it to its next level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Njagi, all this experience that you've had in your career journey, how has it prepared you for you to be able to thrive in such a multi-skilled and collaborative and high pressure, high stakes environment as an IEBC commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Leader. Yes, in all the jobs that I have held, particularly as a CEO and even now at the Tax Appeals Tribunal, it is, we have, in the tribunal, we are people that have all experiences and backgrounds. We have lawyers. In fact, in the tribunal, we have 9 lawyers, and the rest of us who are non-legal are from various backgrounds. They are valuers, they are accountants, management specialists, and all we do is we bring that experience to be able to resolve tax disputes. We also, in all those jobs that I have held, Mr. Chairman, I have been working with strict deadlines in a collaborative manner, and in a manner that we work with, for example, in the current job in the judiciary, we work with a secretariat. As you will see, we have the members and then the secretariat, and we ensure that we work within very strict deadlines. We have specific targets. We have a performance management understandings that we sign between ourselves and the Chief Registrar Judiciary, and we must perform within those deadlines as we are evaluated on a regular basis on how well we are doing. Thank you.
And what competencies do you bring to the table?
I bring strategic planning, I bring strategic planning competencies. I also bring those management competencies. I also bring dispute resolution competencies. And I also bring competencies in terms of ability to plan.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I want to invite Caro to ask you some questions. Ms. Kituku, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Njagi.
Good afternoon, Caro.
I hear one of your skills is in the area of dispute resolution.
Yes.
You know, it is also the mandate of the IBC. It undertakes dispute resolution mechanisms. How does IBC get to resolve disputes that emanate during the electoral cycle?
Thank you very much. Here I am taking the electoral cycle to mean before pre-election, during election itself, and after the election.
Yes, please.
I think the main disputes come during the election period, particularly with the political parties. And the way I would solve those disputes is to organize committees, particularly specifically. In fact, when I was applying for this job, I looked at the various functions of the IEBC, and I noticed that currently IEBC itself is working with subcommittees, particularly in the area of risk management, and they have those disputes relating to procurement, they have those disputes relating to political parties, they have disputes of all kinds. And I would initially, particularly disputes relating to the political parties, I know there is a subcommittee that within the IEBC that deals with political parties, engages political parties, but in terms of election, during the election period, would specifically form a committee that will be looking into those disputes and resolving them very quickly, because I think from the Election Act or from the IEBC Act, they must be resolved within a specific period.
Okay. Okay, so what are these disputes that are within the IBC's mandate? What are some of the disputes? Maybe you can mention 4 types of disputes that are within the IBC's dispute resolution mandate?
Yes. First of all, I think there will be the issue of the primaries, the lists of, the second one is the list of from the political parties, and the other disputes could be disputes relating to movement of voters who are moved from one place, and there could be also disputes relating to the correctness of the voters register. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move on now to the next level of dispute resolution. When does the IBC now how does the IBC get involved in dispute resolution post-elections?
Yes, thank you. I know that IBC, after the elections, the political parties that elect members to, or have their members elected to parliament, sometimes they conglomerate. And one of the biggest disputes I have found is where many of these parties coming together, and they sometimes have a dispute saying that we have signed a memorandum of understanding amongst ourselves, and that memorandum of understanding, some of the members can be disown it, and that I find to be the biggest dispute amongst the parties.
So for clarity,
yes,
does IBC get involved in any way in dispute resolution post declaration of results?
No, I think other than those political parties, which of course go to the registrar of political parties, but IEBC normally would not get involved because most of those matters go to the registrar of political parties, except in issues where which concern the list of who would have been nominated. I know there have been issues of where some parties saying our candidate is the one who should have been appointed.
Okay, that was pre-election process, right?
Yes.
Now we are at post. The IBC has conducted its elections. It has declared the winner, and now there are disputes, right?
Yes.
So at that point, what is the mandate of the IBC? Or where does it start? Where does it end? If you can take us through that process.
Yes, I think most of the disputes then would be taken to court in form of a petition if it is issues relating to elections. And IBC would only come in on issues relating to how for example, in terms of nominations, whether those lists of the people that are nominated either to the county assemblies or to parliament were in the original list.
Okay, let's come back to the court processes, the petitions to court. What are the time frames, or what is the law? Does the law say in regard to the presidential petition? When must it be filed? When must it be determined?
Thank you. I think the presidential election must be filed within 7 days and determined by the courts within 14 days.
What about the others?
The others must be
governor's position, the senators, the MP, the women rep, all the other categories.
All the others must be filed within 28 days and determined within 6 months.
Okay. What then is the role of IBC in that process?
In almost all the election petitions I've seen, IEBC is always a respondent. It is normally they are the ones who are sued, and they must defend their conduct of the elections. So their role is to ensure that the suit or the petition is defended. Otherwise, if they don't do that, then it will be it will be
So
unchallenged.
how does it, ideally, how does it, you get involved in dispute resolution every day.
Yes.
So in your capacity and sitting in the tax appeals tribunal, so how does IBC get involved in that defense? How does it defend? What is expected of it?
Of course, IBC will look at the pleadings that are filed by whoever is filing the petition and laying the grounds of appeal. And once they give their grounds of appeal, IEBC will then respond. In most of the cases, IEBC will give its evidence to counter. We are in an adversarial system, and so IBC must give its own evidence, and then of course then the petitioners will also give their evidence, and then it will be up to the court to determine, after looking at the evidence and the law, on whether the petitioner has any case, and then make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Njagi. I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Koki to ask you some questions. Madam Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Njagi, the IEBC,
Yes, Ambassador.
The IEBC accredits some people to go to a polling station during the election
Yes.
day. Who are those people? Can you tell the panel the people who are allowed to go to the polling stations during
Thank you.
the elections day?
There will be thank you, Mr. Chairman. IBC will accredit mainly, of course, the agents of the candidates will be accredited. They will also accredit local and international observers. Those are the two categories of people that they will accredit. And then, of course, there will be other people, like the people offering security. I'm not sure whether those ones are accredited, Mr. Chairman.
What about the people behind you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I know the press is also accredited, and they are also accredited. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
No,
Thank you.
That's okay. The real question of why I'm asking this question is, why specifically are these people allowed to go inside the polling station?
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think specifically elections are about perception, and the accreditation of the observers, accreditation of the agents of the candidates, and accreditation of the press and other people is to give the election, to give everybody participating in the elections confidence that things were done in a transparent and accountable manner. Because after all, there were people who are seeing how things are done. But if everything is done in a manner that nobody can be able to verify, then people would have doubts. But the mere fact that everybody saw what happened and everybody was there to observe, and everybody, even the candidates and the IEBC staff, know that reports will be prepared by the accredited persons. Then in that situation, and there are some certain forms that might be signed by the agents, it gives the level of accountability. It makes it higher because people know we are being watched and we must do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What about agents? We have had one of the biggest challenges for candidates is the capacity or incapacity to deploy agents around the country. Do they just need to deploy them to get confidence in the process?
Sorry, do they need to?
Do candidates spend a lot of money, especially presidential candidates, to deploy agents in all the pollings, in most of the polling stations? Do they deploy them and spend all that money just to give confidence in the process?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the candidates also deploy agents because they also want to be sure that let me use the word, their vote is protected, in the sense that when the candidate's agent is there, they ensure that things are being done the right way.
So you have actually said it, that to ensure their vote is protected. So should you be fortunate enough to be a member of IEBC, what will you do to make candidates feel, even if they don't spend money to deploy agents in all the polling stations, they can count on you to protect their vote?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That is something that I have thought a lot about, and it is in my write-up on the motivation for applying for this particular to be a member. I thought, why is there trust deficit in this country? Why is it that people don't trust the IBC that they can protect the vote? And I think, Mr. Chairman, the first thing that I will need to do or recommend to the IEBC, the Commission to do, is to ensure that we engage the stakeholders at almost all levels, particularly the political parties, because it's the political parties sometimes which make statements that seem like the election is not being organized well. And then the second thing is to educate the voters and show them the processes that are being followed. And Chair, I think once people know that there is no possibility of interfering with their vote or the vote they cast, and that the process is free and fair, then they'll have confidence, and even it might not even be necessary for those candidates to deploy agents, because they are sure that the way things have been set up, they are foolproof. Nobody can, once they have cast their votes and the results are being transmitted, nobody can intercept those results because everything is foolproof and they have understood the process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njagi, and all the best. Thank you very much, Chair.
Asante. I want to welcome FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions.
Bwana Njagi.
Yes, FCPA Tanui.
Yes, what is the nature of incorporation of MESP? Is it a government agency, an NGO, where you are CEO for 12 years?
Thank you very much. Originally, in the Gazette notice that was given in the year 2000, the original intention was to incorporate a government trust. But in the year 2001, the government decided to do a public trust. So the trustees, the founders of the trust were the government of Kenya and the European Union. They are the ones who signed the trust deed as the founders. Then after that, we registered the trust under the Perpetual Succession Act, but it's a public trust owned by the government and the European Union, but the European Union later gave its rights to the government of Denmark, and originally the seed capital was given by the European Union, so the trust remains a public trust.
Thank you. Now,
just a moment. And how is it related to MEST?
How is it?
Related to the other one,
yes.
Small micro enterprise development.
Yes, Chairman, that's a very good question. Let me explain this. The European Union in 1997 gave Kenya a grant of $10 million to start a program that supports small businesses. And that program had 3 components: a revolving fund of about $5 million, support program for marketing and development of products, and a credit fund. Now, Chair, in the financing agreement, it said all the money repaid from the revolving fund will be donated to Kenya to start a similar program to continue supporting the people of Kenya in perpetuity. So the money that remained in the program is what we used to start the trust fund. And that money up to now, other donors came in, and the trust fund, the Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, now continues with that original money and the money that has been given, grants that have been given by other development partners. Thank you, Chair.
What's the relationship between the trust and the limited company?
Mr. Chairman, there is no limited company. It is just a trust fund.
You are Chief Executive Officer of Small and Micro Enterprise Development Limited.
Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Small and Micro Enterprises Development Limited was my private consultancy firm, which I set up in 1994 when I left the United Nations. That was my own company, which I set up in 1994 and which I left in the year 2000 when I joined MESP, because there would have been a lot of conflict in what I was doing, because my private limited company limited was also doing something very similar to what the European Union program was doing. So I had to abandon it and register it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So I was saying that IBC is a corporate body with perpetual succession.
Yes, I've seen that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and from your experience, both at MESP and Tax Appeals Tribunal, what, in your view, are the corporate governance issues that you foresee or that could be existing at IBC? And what recommendations would you make to address those corporate governance challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The biggest corporate governance issues always is the roles and responsibilities, particularly between the secretariat and the members, or the commissioners, if I may use that word. Those roles must be very clear and defined. And in my experience, the best way is to work as the commission guides the secretariat, because their role is policy and strategy. And the best thing would be to work with the CEO or the secretary of the IEBC to ensure that under every function of IEBC, there is a commissioner guiding the strategy and guiding the policy, and a director or a member of the secretariat doing the operations and implementation, such that there is seamless flow between policy and implementation. The conflict is often when members at their level try to do operations, and then the people feel that your role is governance and not operations. That is the conflict I find.
So one is conflict. What else? What are the corporate governance issues?
The other corporate governance issues that need to be looked into is funding, the funding issues that the members need to look into, particularly in engaging the stakeholders that deliver that deliver the resources that are needed to deliver the mandate of IEBC. Those are the two specific ones I would point out.
Thank you, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Misati to ask some questions, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah. Njagi.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you, if you are chosen as one of the IPC commissioners, please mention some of the key activities that you will give priority in preparation for the 2027 general elections.
Thank you, Chair. The number one priority that I would give is getting resources for the IEBC. I am aware that the government has had a bit of financial difficulties, particularly after 2024, because I'm also in a government agency, and we find that IEBC in the past has had difficulties because of late release of the exchequer. We are almost 2 years, 3 months away from the next election. A lot of things need to be done. The technology needs to be procured or upgraded, and those procurement processes need to be done in good time. So my number one priority is getting resources. Then the second one would be the voter registration. According to the Constitution, IBC is supposed to continuously register voters. And I'm informed that since the last election, just before the last election, no registration of voters has taken place. So, in order to do that, this is an interrelated thing where to be able to be registered as a voter, you need IDs. So my second priority would be to engage the government agencies in charge of, once we have received funds from the from the Treasury, the second priority would be to ensure we engage the agencies involved in the registration, in the issuance of IDs to be able to give the young people IDs and register them as voters. That is the second priority.
That is very good. So now, when you are doing voter registration, usually IPC gives targets. What are some of the things that contribute to IPC not meeting the targets of voter registration?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is a very good question because I have personally been involved because in the last election I tried to persuade one of my sons to register as a voter. I did not agree. And now he has agreed. But one of the things that I found is for voter apathy, because people do not understand why register as a voter, what is in it for me. And I think there needs to be a lot of civic education to guide our people on why there is need to register. Because I do know that even in the areas where, marginalized areas, where sparsely populated areas, Iebc even had mobile registration centers. And yet, majority of the people did not register. And when you ask them why they have not registered, they say, I didn't have the time. And I know that Iebc even used to register these, the potential voters or the voters over the weekend. So the most important thing in order to be able to help Iebc achieve its target is to have an aggressive campaign of educating voters on the need, or potential voters on the need to register, because voters are the foundation of an election, and without them, or without adequate number of voters, the election cannot be said to be credible, or even the people that are elected will not be said to be true representatives of the people. Thank you.
My last question.
Yes, sir.
Some members of parliament who are actually patrons of the CDF, they have put requirements when they are giving bursaries or CDFs for those people who are not registered voters in that region. They don't get, even if they come from that region. In your view, what can you say about that?
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I think in Kenya, we have the Constitution guarantees the freedom of association, and it is not right for anybody to be forced to register as a voter. In any case, you may force somebody to register as a voter, but you'll not force them to go to a polling station on the particular day. So I think the best thing is to try to do it the faith-based way. You let people make a choice on whether to join your faith or not, but not to force them to register as voters.
So are you saying those MPs are doing an illegality?
I do not want to say so, Mr. Chairman, because that would...
But are you aware that happens?
I have heard of it, Mr. Chairman, that there are those conditionalities. But first of all, they are helping the Iebc to get more voters. But in any case, Mr. Chairman, even if you get those voters, it's not a guarantee that they'll vote for you. They may vote for your opponent. Thank you, but it is a good effort. But I don't think it's legally correct to do so.
The ones who are usually denied are the ones who don't vote in that particular region. They come from the same region, but you find they don't vote in that region. So the MPs or that CDF committees, they say you must be a voter in this particular region. Do you think they are helping issues of voter, those transfers of people who are transferring votes to other regions just to be voted, buying votes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I agree with you that the practice is people who are not registered as voters in that particular area are the ones who are likely to be denied the opportunity. But I think, Mr. Chairman, there is also provision that one can transfer their vote during the election cycle. After the elections, one can apply to be moved. But I don't think the transfer of your vote from one station to another should be influenced by the fact that you need a bursary for your children or for anything else. And I think, Mr. Chairman, would have to educate the politicians about that.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Fatuma to ask a question also.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Njagi, would you kindly tell us in which ways you would work with the international community and development partners in ensuring that you get the best out of them during the electoral process?
Thank you very much, Madam Fatuma. I think Kenya is very lucky. We have very many international organizations that are willing to support our electoral cycle. I do know that there was a time, I'm not sure whether it's still in place, the government said that IEBC should not receive money directly, it should be channeled through government. But my experience was that UNDP was mobilizing resources on behalf of IEBC, and many of the activities, particularly in voter education, or mobilizing, informing voters, mobilizing people, all those civic education and training of staff, those activities can be done without necessarily or directly receiving money from the donor. The donor, I mean the development partners, they could work like the way they have done with UNDP, which then supports institutions. As IBC, we would invite, if I was to have the privilege of being a member, we would invite the potential, all the development partners to say we are looking for partners. They, of course, they are the traditional ones who have supported IEBC. Would go to them and look for others to invite them to be able to support IEBC in the framework that will have been agreed with the national government, because national government feels there are certain key things that must be financed by the people of Kenya, other than relying on the development partners who might have an interest in influencing the way things are done. Thank you.
So you say you'll still be able to maintain impartiality by selecting carefully?
Yes. Yes, and by the way, Madam Fatuma, let me say this. It does not mean that, for example, if I give an example of one donor providing the financing to IEBC for voter education, IEBC may not receive that money. That money could be, like what I've seen happening in the past, given to an organization such as UNDP, which is seen as a neutral United Nations agency, coordinating those activities such as civic education.
Provisions for in-kind donations?
I am not sure, Mr. Chairman, whether there are provisions for in-kind, but I would have no problem if, for example, a development partner paid for the stationery that is going to be used in voter education, or supported the media houses in carrying out or preparing programs that are going to be used for voter education. I think that will be in kind. The NBC will not get anything, but this will be in kind. Thank you. Thank you.
I invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions. Mr. Bore, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Njage.
Yes, sir.
You have worked in the United Nations most of your...
For 10 years, and another almost 12 years.
12 years.
Yes.
And you have dealt with the development partners in most of this.
Yes.
Is it an advantage to you that when you get to IEBC, you might attract partners?
Let me not say that it is an advantage, because, but I was involved in fundraising, and fundraising is a process. We write concept notes, you invite partners, and there are very many, and I'm very happy about that as a Kenyan. There are very many partner organizations and countries that wish Kenya well. And being a shining example in Africa, I believe when we approach many of the development partners, the donors, about supporting Kenya, they would be more than happy to be associated with the success of this country.
So, you think that all donor partners are genuine in their interests?
No, not all donor countries are genuine in their interest. I happened, Chairman, to have been born or to have been an adult during the time of Cold War, and engagements with each country were meant to influence a country to support the side of the Cold War. Such that now, if you received funds, let me use the word East at that time, the ones from the East, you are seen to be support socialism and communism. If you receive from the West, you are seen to be supporting capitalism and laissez-faire. But it is not always true that every donor that brings their money, it is without strings attached. They have certain expectations in return, and we also, as IBC, must agree or to look at what are the attachments to those the support you are receiving. And I do know that before we receive the funds, there is always a memorandum of understanding or an agreement to show what it is that can be done and what should not be done. And as an independent country and an independent institution, we must ensure that we do not receive funds that will have strings attached. Thank you, Chair.
So would you have a policy to vet partners? Is it important to have such a policy?
Thank you very much,
would
Chair.
you recommend it also to the IEBC if you get a chance?
I would recommend very strongly that IEBC prepares a policy to vet whoever wants to work with them, because even in our individual capacity, somebody would want to bring you money, you'd ask me, why are you giving money? There has to be a process of, first of all, they must be aligned. They must be organizations and countries that are aligned with our aspirations as a country. But you do not, for example, receive money from people that are completely divergent in terms of the way we would want to run our country. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Njage, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to invite a Professor to ask you some questions. Prof. Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Njage Karingo.
Yes, Prof.
State offices are expected to lead by example.
Yes, Chair, Prof.
How would you demonstrate professionalism and ethical conduct in your work at the IEBC so that both the stakeholders and Kenyans see an impartial arbiter?
Thank you, Chair. I know that Chapter 6 demands of all of us to behave in an ethical manner, in a manner that respects the people, in a manner that is open and transparent. But I'm also happy to note, Mr. Chairman, that IEBC itself, I looked at the IEBC Act, and there is a code of conduct that all members and staff of IEBC must sign to ensure that they behave in a particular way. And I know as long as we are able to do that and we follow the code of conduct, Chapter 6, and the things that are required of us to do things in an open, honest, and transparent manner, we will then be able to demonstrate not only to the political parties and the contestants in elections that we are above board, that we are doing things in the and will give them confidence that we are neutral arbiters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You have a very, very wide experience, served in the UN, ILO, locally. You have also held very high-profile positions. If one were to ask, what is Njage Karingo's leadership style, and what have been your most significant leadership successes and challenges?
Thank you very much, Chairman. My leadership style is participatory. I like taking people with me whenever we make decisions. I want to participate, I want to encourage them, I want to involve them, I want to consult them. So it's been participatory. My biggest achievement, Mr. Chairman, is, I must say, as a founder CEO of MESP, I was originally given a donation of 4.4 million, 4,417,000 euros. I was able to grow that when we converted it to shillings to about 750 million shillings. And my biggest achievement is that the institution is still going strong. And I was not tempted, Mr. Chairman, as the CEO for that institution over the years, to take a cent from it. Challenges we have faced, first of all, is getting committed people, honest and committed people. Because I must say, Mr. Chairman, I have had situations where you have recruited people, thought they are very honest, and then all of a sudden you hear from one of your clients or one of the people that somebody was quietly going out and demanding money from them. Not being ensuring that even when you recruit people, they will be entirely honest. The second thing is keeping good people. When that challenge I had, because when you train people and they do very well and they are getting in touch with these international bodies, they are pushed and often 2-3 times of their salary, and they have to leave. And then you have got to go back to the to stage one, or go back to the drawing board to be able to identify other people and train them. And sometimes you are losing somebody who has had more than 10 years experience. So continuity plan requires that we continuously train not just the top managers, but other people who can come in to ensure that the organization runs in the manner that it is expected. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have two small questions, please?
Sure.
Short ones.
Njagi Karingo, this is the time that Chair tells me to take you back to Kagumo High School.
Yes.
In 1976.
Yes.
During my time in the mid-80s, it used to be called General Pepper. I don't know what it was called during your time. And I can see you have served in ILO.
Yes.
When did Kenya join ILO as a member? Which year?
Chairman, I must confess that I do not know the particular year.
I passed that one.
Yes.
Let me ask another general one.
Yes.
Not related to Kagumo High School. Mention any 3 Nobel Prize laureates from Africa. That's
from
a very
Africa.
wide choice.
Yes, I have a wide choice of Wole Soyinka, Wangari Maathai,
yes,
and let me remember another one. This lady from Liberia who was Madam Sarif.
Do you want to add a 4th one?
4th one.
Just to be sure.
Yes, Nelson Mandela. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We want to thank you for your time and for the interaction we have had. Do you have any question or a comment, kindly?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any questions, but I have a comment. First, I want to begin by thanking this panel for the work you are doing. I also want to make a statement and say this, Chair. Having been shortlisted out of the more than 1,000 people, I already feel a winner. And even if I don't get this job, Mr. Chairman, I am already probably going to celebrate for having been shortlisted out of that big number. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming, and thank you for helping Kenyans appreciate the electoral process as you answered your questions today. Your certificates are at the door. You pick them, and feel free to leave. The notebook and the pen are yours, and the water too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We can get Mr. John, FC teacher, FCTSC. Welcome. Mr. John Bosco Akale.
Yes, sir.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. And let me say that it's a great pleasure to have you come for the interview, and congratulations for being shortlisted for the position of member of the Iebc Commission, which you had applied for. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. Then after that, we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Linda Kiome. I'm in this panel as a vice chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview. Karibu sana.
Bwana Akale, jambo. Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
John Bosco.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Afternoon to you, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Mr. Akale.
Yes, Mr. Nicodemus.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Akale.
Afternoon, Madam.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Akale.
Afternoon to you, Madam.
My name is Evans Misati, a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this interaction.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I thank the members of the gallery who have come accompanying you to follow the proceedings from here, allow me to ask you to introduce yourself to us, detailing your profile, so that we are able to know you better. And as you do so, mention what is it in it that makes you suitable for this position. Let us know if you have any award or honor, and if you belong to any professional group, society, or team like TSC, whatever it is that you want to say.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Akale John Bosco. I was born in Baragoi, Samburu, and true Kenyan. That is a Turkana in diaspora. I started my education at Kawa Primary School, and then later moved to Nachola Primary School. I joined after that Maral High School from 1989 to 1992. Then after that I joined Kenya Science, where I did my diploma in education science. And then started my career at Nairobi School, where I taught for 5 years. Then I was recalled back home in Maral High School, where I schooled also, and taught there for 1 year and a half. Then went further for further studies at Egerton University, where I did my Bachelor of Education in Botany, Zoology, and Chemistry. And then after I was posted at Kajiado AIC to teach Biology and Chemistry. And then later, the principal who I found at Maral High School saw it fit that I'd done a good job. Asked the TSC to transfer me to his school because he was transferred from Maralal to Jamhuri. So I was transferred from Kajiado AIC to Jamhuri. I have the certificates of performance where I've exemplary performed well in chemistry in those years that I've been in Jamhuri. And because of that good performance, I was promoted in 2009 to a deputy principal in Muri Mushiri, where I also performed very well. I have the certificate showing outstanding performance. In 2 years, in 2011, I was promoted as a principal and went and started Roy boys secondary school. Because of the work that I've done, devolution came. And the governor then, Mr. Joshua Irongo, who was vying in Laikipia, requested me to come and support him in the work of education in Laikipia County. So in 2013, he moved, and I joined Irongo in 2014, and I was appointed the CEC of Education and ICT. After performing very well, he saw it fit for me to go and start a department which was anchored under the deputy governor, that is water, and then natural resources, environment, natural resources in agriculture. So he merged the three, and I went to pioneer that docket in 2015. Then there arose a problem. There were two CCs who the public complained about because of their performance, and the certificate is there. I was also requested to act back in the education sector where I had come from. And in addition to what I did, the education and ICT, I was added youth, gender, sports, culture, and social services. So I acted 6 months in the two dockets. Then later, when they were reinstated, I was moved now to education, ICT, youth, gender, sports, culture, and social services. In 2016, then, there was also a vacuum that was created because one of our CEC went to vie as a women rep. Then I was also given that opportunity to also act for the last year, that 6 months in lands, infrastructure, and housing. Then from there, we were bundled out. So we left. Then I came back to the TSC. The TSC, I had a battle because the TSC, when I went back to the TSC, they told me that I was time bound and I could not be able to join back. So I found it fit that I would go to the court to request them to, for the TSC to explain reason why I was not taken in, because I left TSC as a transfer of service to Laikipia County government. So, and I was PNP. So why is it that they could not be able to take me back? So I battled it from 2018 to 2019, where they gave in, and because whatever memo, the circular they said was a memo, internal memo, and I won the case, but I agreed to settle it out of court because of the reconciliation type of a person I am, and I did not demand any money. I told them it's okay. What I wanted is justice so that they know that I know my rights. And I went, and they asked me where to go. I said where they feel fit, and I was posted to Meru Teachers College. While at Meru Teachers College, I was appointed the department head of creative arts and also coordinator of sports. During my term, there is a certificate that my subject was the best core subject in Meru Teachers College, and immediately after that, TSC reinstated me to be a principal, and then I was moved to Elsa Secondary School, where I am currently serving. When I left Meru Teachers College, I went to Isiolo. The principals of Isiolo saw it fit that I was a leader, and they appointed me their chair, the Kesha chair. So I was appointed the chair, Kesha, unopposed, and I was elected twice unopposed. And thereafter, when the region saw that I was potential, they elected me, that was last year, to be the treasurer of Eastern Region in Kesha. Now, some of these things why I'm here is because of many reasons. One is that I'm an educator for almost 20 years. Then I've worked in public administration as a CEC in very high demanding dockets like education, water, and lands. Some of these things that are making me to believe in myself and come in here to change Iebc is some of the things that I've done. While I was a CEC, I had an opportunity to take the MCS to Denmark to benchmark on education, because I found it that they had an issue and they could not be able to understand my dream and even where I wanted to take Laikipia. And I had asked the governor to allow me to take them so that they can understand. And after that, I was able to change the way things are done in Laikipia. And now the vocational training centers have what you call income generating activities. What I didn't make is the model ECD that I wanted them to do because of the concept of money. While as I went to the lands, I also was able to fight for the allotment letters for the squatters in Kadutura, in Rumuruti. And through that, they got allotment of 381 squatters, because it was only about pushing the lands, the National Land Commission. And after that, I wrote a proposal to Habitat for Humanity, where they built 31 houses, self-contained 3-bedroom houses, free of charge to those squatters. Beside those accolades that I have, while I was in Jamhuri High School, I was a presiding officer at Starehe constituency. And while I was in Ruai, I was a presiding officer at Ruai Primary. And then when we were abandoned out in the election of 2017, the famous, the Faranga via computer, I felt so bad. Why? Because I was not able to look to see what I saw, to believe in what I saw. And I am one of the person that I feel indicted to come and change IBC in the way they do their things. Because I believe I have all those skills. One, I have the competence. Competence in what? Governance. Competence in policy formulation. Competence in dispute conflict resolution. I also have a lot of skills in planning and management. I also have the skills in budgeting and also looking at service delivery.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Akale, from all these experience that you've had from the education sector especially, if you're appointed as a member, what relevant experience are you bringing to IEBC?
Number one, transformation. I have pioneered many institutions, which you have said, Roy Boys. I have pioneered the docket of water, environment, natural resources. And also I'm one of the pioneers of devolution. And I've brought the change in the way things are looking. For example, in my YouTube, you can be able to, in the YouTube you can see, there is what we call Laikipia Usani Reloaded. When I landed in Laikipia, I found that the youth were alienated and they were not involved in governance. So I'm bringing a lot of prowess in terms of engaging the youth, the marginalized, coming from marginalized community, from the teachers of this country who maybe feel like they are left out, so that I can be able to change the perception and change the trust that is lost in.
Exactly did you say you do with the YouTube channel?
I've involved the youth in campaigning and promoting the Laikipia County government in terms of the development that they have done. So we have sung a song with them, and we've all formed a group which we call Laikipia Usani Reloaded, where they have felt involved in governance. The other thing that I'm bringing is also the new face. You know, the IEBC has a face, but that face is not coming out clear. Why? Because of not believing in the fidelity of the law. I believe when I went to take the TSC to the court, I did not hire a lawyer because I believed on what I was doing. I believed in the law. I believed that I would get the opportunity to be able to exercise my justice and to receive my justice. So I will stand, when I come here, I will be able to follow the law to the letter according to the Article 249, which the Constitution has given me the mandate, that I will not be able to to rely on anybody, and I will not be able to get instruction from anybody, but the law has given me an opportunity. So I'll be impartial, I will be neutral, and I'll be objective in everything that I will do.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kat.
What is the YouTube handle?
It's called Laikipia Usanii Reloaded.
Okay.
The song is called Laikipia Tunapa.
Okay, asante.
Yes.
Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. John Bosco.
Yes, Caroline.
The Commission is responsible for conducting and supervising elections and referendum. What, in your view, is the mandate of the IBC what, in your view, is the constitutional obligation of the IBC in fulfilling that mandate?
Thank you. Madam Caroline, we are Article 88 has given us a mandate, and there are about 11 mandates, which when I'm successful, I'm obliged to do. One is a voter registration, which is should be continuous. Number two, we should always regularly revise the voter roll. We should also be able to regulate the amount of money that they use in campaigns. We should register the candidates for election. We should also be able to come up with a prescribed code of conduct for the elections. We should also regulate and see that the political parties comply with the law in terms of the nomination of the candidates. We also have the delimitation of boundaries in the constituency and the ward level. I think, yes.
Okay, let's pick it up from where you stopped.
Yes.
The mandate of the IBC in regard to delimitation of boundaries.
Yes.
What are some of the legal or administrative or other political implications of constituency boundary review that affect county boundaries review? Or how would a county boundary review have implications on an existing constituency boundaries?
One, it can be political because there are stakes in boundaries. You can imagine that you have a home and somebody comes and says that he wants to crouch into your boundary because you have an attachment either with one of the tree. Yeah, you have an attachment with maybe one of your building that is there. So we look at the geographical features that are there, the historical, the economical, and the cultural ties that are attached to this boundary delimitation. Number two is that you will be able to deny these people the representation. Like now we know that we have the constituencies that are protected. If you go back there and tell them that we are removing, we are denying them, or we are merging, I'm very sure it will not be as good as we may think. So it is political, economical, historic, cultural.
Is there a law currently that would guide the IBC? I hear you are a stickler of the law and your fidelity to the law. Do you know of any law that would guide the IBC today in the exercise of boundaries delimitation?
Yes, Article 89.
Okay.
The Article 89, which has given us on what to do, the population per quarter, the geographical features and all that, and even when to do the limitations.
So that is the criteria. Those are the general conditions that should be taken into account.
Yes.
As to the step-by-step measures and things that should be done to actualize that criteria, they have not been put down in a registration. So IBC ought to come up with measures of actualizing or operationalizing those conditions that have been put in the Constitution.
Yes.
So what, in your view, should you become successful today at boundaries delimitation being one of the pending issues that IBC currently, would you put in place to ensure that it fulfills its constitutional obligation?
One, it is a constitutional crisis per se, not necessarily, because one, that it says that we have after 8 or to 12 years, which means that it elapsed on 2024. But it also says that it should be done before 12 months before the election, and also gives us also the opportunity that in case that we fail to meet that threshold, then it can be used in the subsequent elections that are coming. So my issue is not, in fact, what I can say, there is no big issue. One is that when I become successful, it is running to the ground and working and leaving the offices and making sure that we can be able to engage the stakeholders on the issue about delimitation and know what are these that the population that is there. Also, we have the census of the northeastern that was suspended, that we also need to get there and ask ourselves, do we have to wait for census, or do we have to use the data that is already there by KEBS so that we can move? Because this country must be able to move and get this credibility and also have the representation of the people to work for them.
Okay, thank you so much, and I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Muli to also ask a question. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mwalimu.
Yes, madam.
Mwalimu Akale.
Yes, Ambassador.
I want us to discuss about the problems, the challenges that we have had with IEBC. Currently, since we all are in Kenya, we have seen that there is an intense suspicion, even of this process we are undertaking, that we may end up with a group of members of the Commission that may favor only one side over the others. So that means that if you are fortunate to get there, you have a lot of challenges to assure all the political players that when you go to the IEBC, that their votes are protected in 2027, and that you will not create a favorable situation or condition for some to be able to get more votes many people say stolen. So how can you assure the people who are already so suspicious of even this process that if you are successful and you get to the IEBC, you will be able to improve the election process and ensure the integrity of the outcomes, protect their votes, and you will not steal for one side of the of the political divide?
Thank you, Ambassador. Through the chair, one thing I've said that I can quote Hitler. Hitler once said, "If you paint pastures blue and sky green, you need to be ostracized." Kenya should be able to understand that there are systems that are working, and if utilized, because they are there, BVRs, the KIMS kit, the CRMs, if they are used properly, that we have real-time transmission of data, and we have the open server, and the server can only be for elections only. We do not merge the server with anything. We can be able to have the scrutiny of the public scrutinizing this data and be able to get it real time. We can also allow the media. I'm wondering, the cameras are there during the tallying and counting. And I'm wondering, why would we struggle getting numbers while the cameras are counting? When I was a PO, I was, counting. The agents are there seated. I'm removing one card after the other and saying these are 20. These are 30. So
and yet they do not trust that process. We have all those things, and they are still thinking that if we end up with a group perceived to be on one side, they will lose out in 2027. How can you assure them that if you are lucky to get there, that their votes will be protected and nobody will be favored?
Fidelity of the law, number one. Number two, we should be able to protect and have what we call blockchain technologies, which is tamper-proof. I can be able to say this panel that Estonia has done very well in technology, and they have what we call blockchain technology, which is tamper-proof. We have the AI, which can be able to just transmit the results directly in time. And I believe if I'm successful, why would I wait for the counting to be done when I have a technology that I just go there and I vote and it transmits directly? Even by the time counting is done, we already have the data. In America, the Iebc of that place do not announce the results. The president-elect then, who has been chosen by the people, goes out and starts pronouncing himself, because it is so transparent. And I want to tell Kenyans, if I'm successful, I'll be the protector of those of their views. I will have structured dialogue with the stakeholders, with the politicians, and tell them that this time we must have these things well. Because, as I've just said, like what Hitler said, we will not be able to bury our head in the sand. Politicians do not want fair elections. And by fidelity of the law, we can be able to follow and tell them that it's doable, and Kenyans can believe. Because even for this exercise, as you say, Madam, I did not know anyone. In fact, when I was leaving home, everybody was asking, how did you get there? Whom did you know? I am one of the serious marginalized community, because I live in Samburu, at Turkana, in Samburu. And Samburu is called Kosovo. Even reaching where I am reaching today here is even a plus, because I did not know anyone. I do not know even any political leader, because even where I'm coming from, we do not have representation. So I can stand here and say that my coming here was by merit, by God's hand to get here. So by the process itself, I can stand there and say that if I'm successful, it can be an evidence that you don't need anyone in this country to get wherever that you want and where your dream and where God has purposed you to be.
Thank you, Mwalimu Akale, and all the best. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish to ask, no, it is FCPA, please. Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I want to thank Bwana John Bosco Akale for telling the public that he didn't know anyone for him to have been shortlisted. So I think that is the assurance the public should have. And that given the opportunity, as you put it, you will also, having appreciated this process, that you can also conduct an election without being partisan. So thank you for that. Now my second question, not really a question, but just a clarification. Your former employer was re-elected as a governor.
Yes.
You didn't feel like you wanted to go and finish together as a CEC?
Let me use a quote from Socrates. He said that if you want to marry, marry. If you get a good one, be happy. If you get a bad one, you become a philosopher. My governor...
Did you find a bad one?
Not a bad one, but the timings. My governor is going for his last term. And I found that when I was in travel, when I joined, I came back and struggled to get a job. And so when he came in, he requested me to come, but I looked at, now he's leaving. And then I'm left again in the same situation that I was. So I chose that I need to be able to serve the people. So I don't want to be a philosopher. So I decided to serve my Isiolo people and educate them so that they can also be able to feel that they deserve to be part of this country.
Thank you, thank you. Now, let me ask you a question. You've been a teacher, and we can see your track record. It's been very good, excellent performance. You've been CEC, you've been assigned bigger responsibilities or wider responsibilities based on your performance. You've told us you have leadership and management skills, public administration skills. Now you are entering into Iebc. And you know how Kenyans profile elections and politics in this country, that actually it's an issue of life and death. So how will your education skills, public administration skills, your leadership roles as a teacher, KSA, or cashier, and at CEC be of value to you as a commissioner at IEBC? Thank you.
First of all, my name is Akali. In Turkana, it is a stream of water, fresh water. So by living by the name, I'll bring fresh brains into IBC. Number two, being from a marginalized community, Barago is called Kosovo. And even now, it is still, there's war. And you can imagine, coming from a cattle rustling area, there is drought, there is famine, there is, bullets, there is, tribalism that is there. There is a bit of strained relationship. And then reaching here, I have a lot of resilience. Even to get through my education, you can see I have staggered my education so that I could be able to afford to do, by then Kenya Science was, actually you get there and get a job. So mine was to get a job first. So I got in there. So after when I got the job is when I pursued my studies. So what I will bring to this is that I will be able to stand by this courage that I have gained, the resilience that I've got there, that I do not fear. Even the bullet. I do not fear the talks. The road to Baragoi is second to none in this world. And I can be able to tell you that even when we're getting home, we have to wait for people so that we become a good number, then we're escorted home. Even getting here, with that knowledge and even getting home, it is something that I can tell you. With that courage, I get there. With competence, I will tell you that I've been in serious challenges when even I was a CC. Pioneering the devolution was like we went, there was no office, there are no vehicles now, nothing. And now people want to see results. So with that experience that I have, I know that when I get to IBC, I'll operationalize the election framework. I'll be able to operationalize the strategic plan, which already has expired. So I will come in to build that is lost, that people want. And I have the energy. I have, the determination. Just like the consistency in my performance. I want to be one that will be counted in many years. That my kids, who have my daughter here, who will be able to stand one day and say, that they are there. I can also be able to tell you, through that, my daughter is in Kenya High now, Form 3. My son is doing aerospace engineering in JKUAT. It's through my home. They say charity begins at home. It can be able to tell you that with the consistency that I have been able to stir my family, beside the community, my community, to the greater heights. So IBC is not exceptional.
Thank you. Final question. CECs, the appointment of CECs is done by a governor.
Yes.
And for you to be a governor, you have to campaign, you have to have a certain political affiliation. So can that impair one, being a CEC, that you can be said that you are aligned to a particular political formation?
No, that is a state officer. And in Article 143, it says our state officer should run. You are serving the people. You follow the constitutionalism. You do not have to be there because you are there to serve the public and deliver, because you have a future. Once the politician is gone, you are left with your career to pursue it. So when we were there, we did not have any partisanship, because we knew very well once the election is done, we have a new governor whom we need also to be able to serve with the people of this country. So partnership is not one of my food for thought.
Thank you, Akale, and wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Akale, let me also ask you one question related to the boundary delimitation.
Yes, sir.
If you get an opportunity and you are the IEBC commissioner, and you have said you have been a teacher, please give us a comparative scenario where we are able to do boundary delimitation before the next general election, and where we are not able to do boundary delimitation before the 2027 general election.
Number one,
scenarios.
First of all is having the statistics. They say before you go to the farm, you have to sharpen the tools. So the works in the boardroom is first of all that we must be able to know what is this that we are getting, and we know that we have 290 constituency, we have 1,450 wards that we need to be able to demarcate. So we need to be able to know maybe the current position of the population that is there. We also need to be able to know the square kilometers that are there. We also need to map up also the amount of money that will be used in the delimitation, because you cannot just start moving and start reviewing the boundaries if you do not have resources. So as a teacher, what you do, you have the budget preparation, you have the planning phase, so that after that then we can be able to do maybe a mock case in one of the constituency and the ward, see how is it that we can be able to project it to the next, or to 290. So if it's not possible with this one, then we can be able to say we go back to the parliament and also request that they can be able to enact a legislation to permit the IEBC, which is current, to have time. I know of Alice Nganga, the Thika town MP, who is pursuing to do an amendment on the same, and I'm very sure they also want to save the 26. So with the legislation and also the stakeholders, as a teacher, I know I've involved the parents in AGMs, I've involved the other stakeholders who are sponsors, and I've been able to manage. So through the same, I'll be able to go through the same and manage.
So you're saying it's not, in view of the time before the 2027 general election, so it's not possible to do boundary delimitation?
You know, I cannot judge. When we're successful, once I'm there, I know it is very possible, because timing now is between, we are talking about 10th of August, 2026. It will be exactly, so we have about 2025, about 1 year, probably, and some months. It is doable.
From where you sit, boundary delimitation being a very emotive issue, please tell the panel members some of the things you can foresee as challenges. Even when we have the time, we have the budget, we have the bill, but what are the practical in terms of actual implementation?
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Misati. One, Kenya is very interesting. And you know, when you talk about politicians, you'll be able to understand that that is a big elephant in the room. Because everybody wants to pull the string on their own from their side. And they will not want to know whether you will be fair. Then they want to say, our boundary must be able to get here. You know, like now the Kisiis. If you tell the Kisii County and you know, Nyamira County, that we give a piece of that land to Kisii, you know definitely there will be a lot of fights between, and this is one community. So you can imagine now talking about Turkana and Samburu, or Meru and Isiolo, the Boranas. So one of the things that it will be very political. So one thing that we must be able to know that we must have structural engagement where we must tell the politicians to de-escalate the tension so that we can be able to do the delimitation without political interference. Number two, we must also have come up with an amendment, a quick one, a policy, that for that matter, not maybe a bill, so that it can be able to help us to stick to the fidelity of the law. Because I know very well that is the only thing that can be able to help us. And then to live by the mission of the IEBC, to conduct transparent, efficient, and impartial election, and undertake boundary delimitation for what? For equitable representation and democratic, sustainable democracy. So with that vision that we have, that the IEBC has already created, we will have to stick by the rule of the law. And also ask that the commission, the judiciary, to back us up in terms of any litigation that may come, so that we achieve, we can be able to meet the dreams of Kenyans through the constitution that was promulgated in 2010.
Just to follow what you're saying, you want to say the judiciary to back you up?
As in to support, you know, these are stakeholders, are very important stakeholders. That in case that there are litigations, like now, for example, I can be able to say that this panel was taken to court because maybe they did not involve the youth. But you see, the court, if the court were not, you know, could not be able to understand where Kenya is, they would be able to take that, maybe abolish what was the gains have already been done. And therefore, you end up maybe starting again from afresh and putting Kenya into jeopardy. So we have stakeholders whom we can be able to use to help us to achieve our dreams.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask some questions, please. Fatuma.
Thank you, Chairman. Mwalimu Wakale.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you for coming back to the profession after exiting for a while. Anyway, I'm trying to look at the number of years you've taught minus the years you served at the county. Those are about 20 years.
Yes.
So you must have sent out a very big cohort of students out there.
Yes.
Who are currently voters.
Yes.
Can you say they are adequately prepared to participate in the processes of ensuring their democracy, taking care of their rights? How can you relate that with what you've seen, the consciousness and the awareness, both negative and positive?
Thank you. Let me start with positive. One of my students, I have several students who are doing very well. Ogegu Nyamari, that is Nyasinski, was my student in Nairobi School. He's a musician and very known musician. One thing I can be able to tell you, maybe when I get there, is an opportunity that we can be able to involve those talented youth who can be able to disseminate information, positive information there. I have what we call Katete Njoroge from Jamhuri High School. He's in the media. Through him now, we can be able to say that we have some link. You say your network is your net worth. I can be able to say that through that I can be able to use the media. I have a soft landing. I also have Tumbes Legay, who is a senator, current senator of Samburu, who is my student. He is very empowered. I have some groups of dancers called the FBI, Sakata dancers. They won Sakata twice, and they even won dance in Paris. There are students who are already here, and they even, in 2017, they even danced with the president. So it means that the youth that we have produced, I can stand here and tell you, if given an opportunity, I have already a base, and I have the passion for the youth. In fact, I'm telling the youth that the only person that can be measured with my standard of engaging the youth is Sakaja. Is Sakaja. I am very sure that if you look at my YouTube, you look at the youth that I've taken, like we have the cricket, the Maasai cricket warriors, whom I taken to the UK to play in the last man standing. You know, I have a wide range of, you know, these kind of people. Then coming from marginalized, I have a community of the Turkana. My wife is a Samburu. I'm a Turkana. So I can now be able to blend both in Samburu and in Turkana. So I can be able to touch base. I'm teaching in Isiolo. Currently, I have a good base in Isiolo. I am from Samburu. I worked in Laikipia. I have property in Laikipia. I worked in Kajiado. I have worked in Meru. So I have people that I can be able to touch base with quick wins, and we can be able to change that. The disadvantage that may come with it is that, you know, we have a lot of energy for these young people who are called the Gen Zs, which we do not appreciate. We do not appreciate. And we must also be able to prepare ourselves for the Gen Alpha, who are worse than the Gen Zs. And there is a few years to come. So the moment we involve
They are better than the Gen Zs.
Probably better than the Gen Zs, but they are more educated, and so we need to also have very good brains to engage them and involve them so that they feel part and parcel. You know, we are not involving them. We are not telling them that this is your country. We are going to exit at some years. But what are we going to leave for them? It is them to take over and start, you know, what you call succession process, that they take over slowly, but not sasa ati sisi ni viongozi sasa na sasa hivi. It doesn't. It goes with, you know, mentoring. You mentor them, tell them this is right, this is wrong, and they must be able to understand so that when they get of age, then they take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. Our country has had a way of not investing in teachers. That's what I was trying to bring out in you. Someone who has trained people for so many years can have that same capacity to be able to rally support and all that. Yes. Now, away from that, how would you engage with political parties if you are to become a commissioner today to ensure that there is fairness and transparency of the elections? Because usually this is the bone of contention. So how do you start building that relationship as these critical stakeholders called political parties? Because it's difficult to satisfy,
yes,
but structurally, how do you engage them right from the start of the process till the end, so that you ensure there's the element of fairness and there's transparency?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Fatuma. One, as much as they are politicians, they are also human. They have families. We must have a structural
remember, what I was referring to are the parties themselves,
yes,
not the specific individuals who are vying.
Yes.
Yeah, not the candidates, but the political parties themselves.
Thank you, Madam. They are the ones who build the political parties. So in the first case, you know, we say that for you to be able to form a jigsaw, you must start with one piece, so that you can be able to bring the pieces together to form a whole patch. One, that I already have a group maybe of the leaders who I know on the ground, that we have a structural engagement and be able to tell them that, you know, when we burn our own country, we burn ourselves. We are in a glass house, and throwing stones will not be there. Then we regularly communicate. We regularly communicate to them. Then we also we have the committees, which are the Iebc. There are 7 of them, where we have a committee in charge of legal compliance and the political party liaison, which we must be able to empower so that it can be able to bring them on board and talk to parties, ODM, you talk to, Kenya Kwanza, and bring them to the fact that they are the ones who are the creators of this IBC. The NADCO is the one which has created what we have today. And if they are the ones who will eat their own children, then we are saying that we are now the dogs. So we must be able to tell them that you cannot kill your own. You cannot be able to start a process that is unfruitful. So putting that sense into them and continuous and frequent dialogue and communication will be able to. And dialogue will be able to de-escalate tension, will be able to bring friendship, and also be able to change things. Number two, we incentivize. Why? By, I believe in what you call the involving them in matters that we are doing on the ground, that they can be able to see. We give them preeminence in terms of the lead, in terms of how we want things to be done, and win them so that they become part and parcel of the whole process. Because the moment we say that we independent, and then we also want to use the powers without also being fair, then we will also lose it. So by bringing fairness, we show them, we give them scrutiny, we give them audit to audit what we are doing. We give everything, the platform open, that they can be able to audit us without gagging them in any way. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask some questions, please, Nicodemus.
Thank you, Kale. You come from a marginalized community, and what we have seen in most of the time is violence towards politicians, especially gender-based violence. As a member of the marginalized community, I know it does not only happen in your community, but it is more prominent that they don't support women leadership. What will you do, given a chance to be a member of IEBC, to bring inclusivity among leadership in the country and also in IEBC?
Thank you, Mr. Bore. It is true. It's very true. In some of our communities, especially the pastoralists, do not regard the women as valuable. We want to appreciate that they are majority. They are actually among us one of the majority people that we have, and are very special in a way. And they are the ones who come for voting. In fact, I just wonder sometimes when I ask, why would we not have a woman president? Because they are majority. Men do not come for voting. So one thing that we have to do is incentivize them, one, by looking at, when I was involved in election, the agents, is very costly. It's very costly, and that's why it can bar the youth, the people with disability, and the women to vie. And so we can be able to take this matter up and say that we can employ and pay the agents of such groups to encourage them to come up until when we have a mature democracy, then we can be able to let them out. So we can do a budget where we can be able to employ the agents for them, and also making sure that they can be able to get there. Number two, we can be able to bargain for them the fees that's being charged for them to vie for the elections. Because we are charging like 50, we are 20, and 5,000. We can be able to look at how we can incentivize that to encourage more women to come out. Number three is outreach program. We have the outreach program that in the marginalized, there are places that are not reached. Coming from a marginalized community, I can say when I was in school, some of my friends would close school and would get where they left their home is not where they'll find. We actually use the traces to go and find where they are. Because where you left it, they will be 100 kilometers after 3 months, looking for pastures. So with that, then we can be able to trace their patterns of movement for especially women who are marginalized, and be able to get there and be able to involve them, educate them, and bring them on board. And lastly, we can also be able to have some of these polling stations which are mobile, because the women are the ones who are affected when there's conflict, and they suffer a lot, and so they run sometimes to places where it's safe. So we can have those polling stations where they can get there, and we can be able to involve them more.
Now, you said you also come from a background of education.
Yes.
What do you think, I've asked several people who have come also from the education background, how will education help in democratizing this country?
Thank you.
In terms of election.
Thank you. Education is a big stakeholder in the election of this country. I was looking at the other case when I was talking to the MP, and I was telling them that I need to register my candidates for ID. So I organized with the registrar of persons, and they came to my school to register the students who have attained the age of 18, so that because it's tedious to get out there to get an ID. And that is one of the processes that we can be able to use with the stakeholders of ID issuing, that they can come in, so that we issue IDs as the students leave. Number two, including this in the syllabus. You know, with the CBC that is coming, we are saying that there is also that part of patriotism, that we can be able to tell them that, you know, when you vote is your future. You know, we can be able to make them to understand that when you vote the right people, then we'll be able to get the right legislation. We can be able to get the right laws that can be used to govern this country. Number two, we can be able to say that also we have experts who are very good in electoral matters to also go to these groups, to these schools and universities, and be able to to have buy-ins for them to come in there. And then we also have some of the concerts that we can do in the university, tournaments, to bring them to understand that actually IEBC is not something that is our one event. It is a process that can be taken and can be able to get there. So that when they come of age, they can have got a lot of this education background, which is not corrupted. And then they can now be able to make right decisions.
Thank you, and all the best, John.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite Professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Mwalimu John Bosco Ahale.
Yes, Professor.
I must say that your philosophical quotes have really caught my eye, and the ease with which you bring life to them to explain.
Thank you, Prof.
So I'm not going to ask you a question, my normal questions. It's on leadership and integrity, but I'm not going to ask the normal questions of what will you do. I want to go to those philosophical templates that you have used throughout the interview to bring life to what would you do. So my first question to you, in terms of leadership and integrity, who is your role model and why?
My role model is Obama. Why? He's a basketballer. And I am one basketball player. And he is also from Kenya. And he went to, having the background of Kenya, he went to the US and broke the odds and rose to the highest position of the protest. So I see the resilience, I see the determination and the belief in himself that is not a minor. He's not somebody who can belittle. He can be able to rule the whole world and make a difference.
So this man from Turkana, who has lived through guns and bullets and can change Kenya.
Very true.
My last question, along the same line. What, in your view, can be the greatest legacy that a leader would want to leave? And what legacy would John Bosco Ahale want to leave in Iebc if he were made a commissioner?
Thank you. Let me put one of the verses in the Bible. In 1 Timothy 1:7, it says, God Timothy 1:7, God has not given us a heart of fear, but of love, power, and sound mind. We believe that a leader, a legacy that you must leave people with is the peace of mind, the mental health, that not wealth, mental health. Because for example, hopelessness is one of the things that you must be able to fight in a human being. And as long as a human being has hope, he can live angry. I can take an example. When you have money in your pocket, like 5,000, and you happen to be walking in town and seeing the rolling chickens, you do not feel angry. Because you're already satisfied knowing very well, even if it gets me somewhere, I'll buy. But imagine when you don't even have a cent. That is the aroma, even if it looks as the aroma itself can make you to even break that place. Because you do not, have any hope that you will be able to see that food anywhere near. And in my home, I can tell you, our women tie their bellies with belts before they, knowing very well that they cannot be able to see any meal soon. And they stay for 5, because that hope is what they know very well, that someday manna will come from heaven. So a hope for the country is a legacy that you can leave, that people can say, what is the hope? That I hope, I believe this country will live again. The legacy I want to leave in Iebc is that let the people of Kenya get what is democratic aspiration. Their democratic aspiration, as by the way the ABC says, democratic aspiration, that the mission is that you can have a credible electoral management body that meets the democratic aspiration of the people of Kenya. So if they can be able to live and meet their aspiration without being denied or snatched or stolen, then them, I can say that my kids will be able to say that our father who stood for them when they were not able to. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Prof, do you have some 2 questions?
Sure. Along just a line of quotes, you've quoted for us Socrates from ancient times. You've quoted for us Hitler, a 20th century leader. Let me test your quotes from ancient times.
Maybe not okay, good.
He is the father to some constitutional scholars who see the Constitution as a social contract. He said, man is born free, but everywhere he is in chains. Who is he?
Martin Luther King.
Okay. Henry Oruka says that we were made to believe that it is only the Europeans who could be philosophers. And he said that even Africans had sage philosophy, men and women of wise thought. And according to him, one of those men rose to be the first president of Ghana. Who was he?
Kwame Nkrumah.
Thank you, sir.
Well, Mr. Kale has washed his hands, and you can see that he knows philosophy and your ancient quotes. Prof, you also quoted from Paul.
Yes, he did. He quotes from the Bible.
Yes, yes, yeah. He quoted 2 Timothy 1:7. Yes, yes, yes. You okay? You wrote it down. Thank you. Okay.
2 Timothy.
Yes, yes.
Yes, 2 Timothy 1:7.
Do you have any comment you want to make?
Yeah, Chairman, yes, I just want to appreciate the panelists. For me, it's my dream to make Kenya great through Iebc. And for me is the opportunity that I've got here. My people of the diaspora have never reached here. I can stand here and say I'm a pioneer to get to this point. And I am one of the brains that have not been seen in Kenya, and I want to be given an opportunity that Kenya can experience this that I have never met. And you can be able to see in my profile that my positions are always outstanding, exemplary, position 1. And I've never had anybody to hold my hand, to bring me to limelight where I can be able to exercise the brains, the energy, the zeal that I have to see order in everything that is being done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kale. Thank you for bringing your daughter.
Thank you. And my wife too.
Okay, well, okay. And the mother too.
Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent.
God
A great
bless you.
example and demonstration of family life. Your certificates are at the door. The notebook and the pen is yours. And the water if you so wish. Blessings to you. Thank you very much. Asante. Yeah. Asanteni. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Media, we have come to the end of our day today. We want to thank you for enabling Kenyans to follow this. We are grateful. And Kenyans are indeed also grateful to you because you're making this possible for them. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.